Almighty God, who in thy wisdom and goodness has appointed the offices of rulers and parliament for the welfare of society and just government of men. We beseech thee to behold with thy abundant favor us thy servants, whom thou hast been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this land. Let thy blessing descend upon us here in this house assembled. Grant us that we may treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner to promote thy honor and glory, to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of this country, and of those whose interests thou hast committed to our church. Amen. In order.
Correction and approval of records of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Tuesday, 21st March 2023.
Honorable members, the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Tuesday, 21st March 2023 is before us for correction and approval. Can any honorable member please move a motion for the correction and approval of the said record of votes and proceedings? Honorable member for Same.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I rise to move the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Tuesday, 21st March 2023, as for consideration and adoption.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Same. Any seconder, Honorable Members? Honorable Member for Joshua.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I like to second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Tuesday, 21st March 2023 be considered and approved. Honorable members, as usual, we have copies of the records of votes and proceedings, and any comments and observations will follow suit. We begin, as usual, with the first page, page 1. Any observations, comments?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, may I refer you to just on that particular page on top, where you have the coat of arms. After the coat of arms, it reads 6th Assembly of the Second Republic 2023 legislative year, first ordinary session, and you have votes and proceeding. There's no S. It should carry S. The proceeding. The proceedings should carry S.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Thank you, and wherever it appears.
Yes, yeah, exactly, wherever it appears, because it seems it is also on other pages, Honorable Speaker. Yeah.
Any more observations or comments on page 1? Honorable members, we move to page 2. Honorable member for Lower Flood West.
Thank you. On page 1, the bills were
Page?
on the same page.
We have moved to page 2.
Yeah, I'm just bringing you back.
Yes, what's on page
I
1?
think the bill subtitles were all changed to 2023.
You know, it had been amended to 2023. But you know, this is the other paper. On the other paper, it was stated 2022. But honorable member for Lower Flood West, you are aware, yes, it had been corrected, but that's the other paper. The other paper is listed as it was. And then when you go through it, the various amendments will be captured. Page 2, honorable member for Jara Central.
Honorable Speaker, I have to refer it back to page 1 first before page 2. Sorry for that, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, page 1, prayers, number 2, correction and approval. Then you have orders. Orders 72, consideration stage of the bill. The S also should be deleted, and wherever it appears, because it also tends to appear on page.
Wherever it appears.
Yes, page 3.
It will be noted.
Yeah.
It is noted, it will be corrected. Honorable members, page 2 now. Honorable members, we move to page 3. Honorable member for Fonyi Berefet.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, page 3, the following members were absent without permission. I seek permission. I was absent, but I seek permission.
Yeah, can you give us the number, your number?
57.
Okay, honorable members, we apologize. It will be corrected. Any members, we move to page 4. Honorable member for Woodley East.
Yes, thank you very much. Where it says the first paragraph, at 55 minutes after 10 o'clock in the afternoon, the same problem yesterday. So it should be in the morning. That's what I have observed there.
Honorable, it is in the morning. Huh? Yeah, honorable members, let it be corrected to in the morning. I don't know whether sometimes you people are hungry or what. Any more observations on page 4? We now move to page 5. Honorable member for Woolly East.
Yes, page 5 also, I think on the resumption, there is a resumption of the assembly, and it says at 10 minutes after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the assembly resumed. It should have been adjourned, but then I think we should just remove that, because under that you have suspension and resumption of the assembly, or the 13th. So the two are here. At 15 minutes after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the speaker suspended the assembly. And then the assembly resumed again on 22 minutes after 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So the answer is there. So the first one, which says resume, we should just delete that. Don't you think? Yeah, because that's...
Okay. All right, honorable member for Woolly East. Yeah, the table clerk is telling me the first one at 10 minutes after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the assembly resumed. You know, I had the committee of the whole assembly was finished, and then announced that we come and then resume the assembly session itself. And when I came up, the assembly resumed. Then the next one at 15 minutes after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when I sat here, then the speaker I suspended the assembly for us to go. Then at the assembly resumed again 22 minutes after 4 o'clock in the afternoon from its suspension, and we resumed again. So one was at the committee of the whole house, then I came up, then suspended the assembly, and when we came back, it resumed again. Do you follow? Okay, thank you. Any more on page 5? Okay, we can now move to page 6. Honorable member for Woolly East.
Just a typo, is listed on page 617. Correction put and agreed to that clause 65 be deleted, to from. So we just remove the to and leave the from there. You've seen
Yeah.
it.
Number 17, question put and agreed to, that clause 65 be deleted, the to should be removed. Noted. Any more on page 6?
Yes.
Who? Member for Taliding.
Yes, number 11. Question put and agreed to that clause 60 stands part of the bill with as amended. With it should be removed. With should be removed.
Yeah, as amended. Question put and agreed to that clause 60 stands part of the bill as amended. That with should be removed. Any more on page 6? We move to page 7. Honorable Member for Lower Badibu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Question 20. Question put and agreed to that clause 69 stands part of the bill as amended. So the bill is omitted there. Part of the bill as amended. Thank you.
Number 20. Question put and agreed to that clause 69 stands part of the as amended. Part of D. After D, before as, you put bill. Noted, Honorable Member. Thank you. Any more observations or comments? Yes, Honorable Member for Jara Central.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On page 7, the first line there, Honorable Bleji Tunkra, member for Kantora, majority leader, moved the motion for assembly. Article D is missing between for and assembly. So we should insert the article D there. For the assembly to sit beyond 6 o'clock.
On top, the first line.
Yes.
Move the motion for the assembly to sit beyond, okay. For the article D, THE. Any more on page 7? Now we have the last page, page 8. Pardon? We are not hearing. Page 8. Until I can enter page 8. Until I need page 8. I don't have that. Yeah, sorry, I apologize. I don't have it on mine. Page 8. Okay, honorable members, we now move to page 9. All right, honorable members, we now move to the last page, page 10. Honorable Member for Sabak Sanyal.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. If you look at page 10, on the resumption of the Assembly, it reads 50 minutes after 12 o'clock in the evening. I think that should be changed to in the morning. And the last one, on the adjournment, at 7 minutes after 1 o'clock.
Observation. It should be instead of evening, you are saying it should be morning.
Observation.
Huh?
Observation.
Honorable Member for Sabak. Instead of evening, it should be morning.
No.
Huh? Honorable members, please listen to him. When he is ready, you observe him.
Yes, I'm saying it should be in the morning.
You say it should be in the morning. After midnight in the morning. Huh? Yes. Okay. Is that so? Honorable members, it should be corrected from evening to morning.
Honorable Speaker.
Another one, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member for Sabak.
Yes, if you look at it on the adjournment, at 7 minutes after 1 o'clock in the evening, that should also change to in the morning. Thank you.
So, honorable members, the last sentence, at 7 minutes after 1 o'clock in the morning. Honorable member for Banjul North.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I just want to take you a little bit back. Instead of saying,
when you take us back, you must take us back and refer us to specific areas.
I'm referring to what the Honorable Member for Sabah Sanjal have said. Instead of in the morning, I was thinking if we can say midnight. That is for the first one. After 15 minutes, at 15 minutes after 12 o'clock, midnight.
At 50 minutes after 12 o'clock in the morning. Is correct? Is correct. You could say at 15 minutes. You can say at 15 minutes after midnight. You can say at 0050 hours. A lot of languages. But I know that's the style they have been using. Let's just follow that. So far, it makes no difference. Honorable Deputy Speaker and nominated member.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, on page 10, resumption of the Assembly, page 10, the second line, it reads the Honorable Speaker reminded the Office of the Attorney General and Minister for Justice. And I think it should be the Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs.
All right, honorable members, I think the honorable Deputy Speaker is right. That is to remind the Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs. So I think let's correct it from Attorney General and Minister of Justice to the Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Any more observations? Yes, Honorable Member for Talindi.
Yes, on page 9 and many other pages, the assembly resumed 9 o'clock in the evening. I think it should be at 9. The assembly resumed at 9 o'clock in the evening. page 9 and in other places, wherever it appears.
Heading for just above number 58.
Yes. It appears in number 5 also.
The assembly resumed 9 o'clock in the evening. You said it should read assembly resumed at 9 o'clock
in the evening.
In the evening. The assembly resumed at 9 o'clock. Yeah, noted and corrected.
It appears in other places too.
And wherever it appears, of course, so that there is uniformity. Null for now. So, honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Tuesday, 21st March 2023 be approved with amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Thank you very much. Clerk.
Corrections for oral answer.
Honorable members, as per the order paper and order 41.1 of the standing orders, today is questions for oral answers. Furthermore, as a reminder, clause 43 of the standing orders limited supplementary questions to 7 in total. 2 for the honorable member asking the question and 5 others among other members. Therefore, we will proceed with the honorable minister's schedule for today to give their oral answers. I will now ask the clerk to call the first honorable minister.
Questions for oral answer by the Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports.
Honorable member for Youth and Sports may take the podium. Questions for which due notices were given to the Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports by the honorable members for oral reply. Question number 078 of 2023 by the Honorable Member for Lower Salum.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports inform this August Assembly what plans the Ministry have to engage and discourage the youth from going to backway syndrome, yes, going to backward syndromes.
Honorable Speaker, the journey of traveling to Europe through the perilous route, mainly the sea, or as we call it, the backway, is a huge threat affecting the youths of the Gambia. Most of these journeys are too risky and in many instances results to serious fatalities, including the loss of life, property, and other financial resources. This sad saga affecting youth depletes the country's human and social capital. To tackle the challenge, the Minister of Youth and Sports is strategically focused on harnessing the full potential of young people through different programs, including trainings, and the opportunity to grant those that are interested in business capital to start their business. The government of the Gambia continue to explore competitive financial opportunities to provide the resources to the youths to invest in startup business and support them to acquire entrepreneurial skills to be able to be successfully sustain their business. In the same vein, the government of the Gambia provide fully funded scholarships to deserving and eligible youths to pursue education at TVET and other higher learning institutes, including the University of the Gambia and Gambia College. Honorable Speaker, the ministry continues to fund the National Youth Service Scheme, NYSS, and the President International Award, PIA, to recruit, orient, and train youths on livelihood skills such as masonry, carpentry, welding, among others. Similarly, the President International Award also trained a number of youths on an annual basis, and in 2021 and 2022, the National Youth Service Scheme recruited and paid both tuition and stipend to 304 young people. Our GSI project, which is based in Chairman, graduated 110 young people who successfully completed a 1 year of residential training at our center in North Bank region. NEDI continues to give loans and grants to young entrepreneurs who are interested in business and also do the mentoring and coaching for them. These and many others are programs that the government of the Gambia, through the Ministry of Youth and Sports, continue to fund as a way of ensuring our young people are employable and those that are interested in business are supported as a means of discouraging them from embarking on this perilous journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for that brilliant
Thank you.
answer.
Any supplementary?
Yes, I'm good. Yes, Honorable.
Yeah.
Yes, Honorable Minister, after nearly giving this grant and loans, what is the impact on the youths?
Well, the impact is many. I mean, if you look around the country, you have a number of young Gambians who had either small businesses that NEDI supported them to expand, and or those that have never had businesses but were supported through the grant and loan scheme, and they're now doing well in their business. The impact is that we have our young Gambians who are doing business, and that means that they are economically empowered, and they also empower their families and possibly their communities. But it also contributes towards the economy of the country by virtue of the taxes that they pay to the state.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, do you have the statistics of those youths going to back way? Some they rich, some died in the ozone. Do you have the statistics?
No, we do not have the statistics, Honorable Member. And this is because the issue of backway is not under our domain as a Ministry of Youth and Sports. It is under the domain of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Interior.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Can we now have the Honorable Member for Central Badibu?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, can the Honorable Minister provide data to this Assembly of those youths that have been already empowered in the system throughout the length and breadth of the country?
Yes, Honorable Member, we can be able to provide data for you. I don't have it here, but we can make available whatever programs the ministry have done through the National Youth Service Scheme and the trainings we have done through the President Award Scheme, and those young people that have been giving grants through NEDI, including the GSI and other programs. That can be available. We will provide.
Honorable Member for Bakau.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, it's wonderful to understand that your ministry gives support to youths in order to discourage them from the backway syndrome. What are the criteria used to give support to these youths?
Well, there's a criteria. NEDI itself has a form that young people pay, that young people get, not pay, that they get access to, just like how the National Youth Service Scheme would have funds. And these forms are usually sent to our regional offices, and whenever they have their youth programs or their trainings, they are informed about it, and they fill it. And those that qualify based on the criteria set will be given. And it's mostly that the person must be below 35 years, must have already engaged in a small business, no matter how small it is, and build up a little bit of experience, and also must be somebody who is within the age bracket of a youth. So those are the things. And if the person wants a loan, the person must have already had a bank account and run a business with proof that he has done business, and we can support. So these are some of the criteria. And there are areas that we also don't support. If the person wants to do, so for instance, engage in a transport business and others, we don't support that. But carpentry, mason, tailoring, we support. And there's a credit review committee that looks at the forms and decide on who qualifies to get it.
Honorable Member for Joshua.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, as the Minister is doing well to help those youths to engage into business, are there any follow-up mechanism to see whether they are doing well in the business that they are currently doing?
Yes, Honorable Member, there is a follow-up mechanism. Like I mentioned in my response, there is a mentorship and coaching program. And the mentorship and coaching program also involves NEDI having their M&E officers occasionally going around to these people that are supported to see what they're doing, and then also matching them with others who are already successful so that they serve as their peer support. So there is a mentorship program.
Honorable Member for Banjul Central.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, as the discussion is usually mostly centered around entrepreneurship, I would like us to take a shift because based on first-hand experience that I'm seeing within my constituency specifically, we've seen a large number of young people who have come back with, I would say, mental limitations due to some traumatic,
May I observe, please, Honorable Speaker?
Observe for what? Huh? Observe. Who is saying may I observe?
Lower Salem.
Lower Salem. Then you talk if he grants you.
Grants me. The original text of the constitution not specific on his constituency. No.
Honorable Speaker, I'm just making a reference.
Order.
It's a reference. No. Honorable members, when a member takes the floor, it's irrelevant. If you take the floor, nobody talks. Why would you
just distracted.
Shout at him when he's given the floor to go ahead? When he's ready, you want to make points, you follow the same route. Yeah. Please, allow people to express their opinions. Exactly. Honorable Member for Lower Salem, what did you say?
No, my boy, allow me to take the floor. The issue here is the original text, not particularly the constituency where he's come from, the Banjul Central. The question is the youth.
That is not a point of observation. Are you saying that he's out of order? Honorable Member, you should have, if it is out of order, you quote the standing orders. Otherwise,
point of order.
He made reference, he's talking about youth and made reference to youth in his constituency.
Point of order.
Honorable Member for Banjul Central, can you continue, please?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me just rephrase the question again for clarity. Honorable Speaker, most of the young people who are coming back here in the country usually return with some mental degradation or limitations due to some traumatic inclinations they might have gone through within that time period. Are there any mechanisms from your ministry in order to cope the situation, in order to integrate them into society? Yeah.
No, Honorable Member, the simple answer to that is no. We do not have any program currently that takes care of the psychosocial needs of those returnees. And like I said, it's there is a national, how do they call it, the MCR, the national mechanism that is responsible for issues of migration. And unfortunately, the Ministry of Youth and Sports plays a very little role as far as we are concerned, because it is limited mostly to the two ministries that I mentioned earlier, Foreign Affairs and Interior. And we have a role at the technical level and not at the policy level. Until that changes, our role as a Minister of Youth and Sports is very limited when it comes to returnees, even though they are mostly young.
Honorable Member for Woolly East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we are dealing with a very serious matter because a very large number of Gambian youths are going by this journey. What I want to say is that wouldn't the Ministry of Youth, concerned for the youth, not think that it is important to conduct a survey to find out exactly or close to exactly what is the reason why youths are definitely embarking, because they invest a lot of money. So it's not necessarily that they are poor, but they invest a lot of money, which means that they are not as poor as
Honorable Member, you have only a minute to ask your supplementary question.
Yes, but 1 minute.
And you are giving it a long preamble.
But he got the answer. He got the question now, Honorable Speaker. I'm done. I'm done.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable, that would be a consideration that we can take. We didn't have any plans as of yet, but it's a great idea that we engage in research as a government, maybe as a ministry, to look at the causes of that, and we will look into that.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports, for ably answering questions posed by honorable members. Clerk, can we proceed with the proposed amendment to the standing orders, quoting section 14, sub 3 of the standing orders?
Thank you.
To vary the order.
All right. Questions for oral answer. Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure.
Honorable Minister for Works, you can take the podium. Honorable members, the Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure, by the Honorable for oral answers. Question number 063 of 2023 by the Honorable Member for Banjul North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure update this August Assembly on the plans in place for the construction of the main ring canal in Banjul in connection with the Banjul Road Rehabilitation Project?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As part of the initial contract, the excavation and clearing of the proposed ring canal was executed at the commencement of the works. However, to improve convenience and reduce the growth of grass in the canal, it was decided to provide concrete lining along the canal to the stream as part of the last variation of the Banjul project, which included the reconstruction of all the outstanding roads of Banjul streets. Currently, the contractor is in the process of preparing the designs prior to commencement of actual work. The function of the ring canal is to channel runoff water from the main outfalls to the stream to a certain period when the polder is not inundated with water. With the installation of the new pumps at the Bond Road pump house, the overall capacity to handle increasing storm water in the polder is greatly enhanced. It is important to note, therefore, that with the additional works, the completion date has now been extended to June 2024.
Any supplementary, Honorable Member for Banjul, sir? Banjul?
Banjul North. Thank you very
North.
much, Honorable Speaker.
Pardon?
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Listening to your answer, are you telling us that there is no design yet for the construction of the ring canal? Design?
No, actually, as part of the initial scope of the work, the ring canal, the additional one that you talked about, were not actually part of the initial designs. So now what we have decided is that all the uncovered drainage in Banjul, including the ring canal, will now be entirely covered by the project, and all of them will be covered. So that is the design that they are doing now. It's almost completed. We had the first draft that was sent to us.
Are you also putting into consideration to avoid what happened last year as far as the flash flood is concerned? Because we believe the functioning, that is the ring canal, not been functioning properly, also contributed because the water was stagnant, that is the rainwater was stagnant. Are you putting into consideration to come up with plans to avoid such a situation to reoccur this year?
Thank you so much. Yes, the plan is to ensure that the ring canal is completely cleared. All the grasses and the rubbish that is dumped in the canal are completely removed. And the ground structure is strengthened, and then also the new design will put into consideration the entire architecture of the area and covered it completely so that there will be no, blockage of the drains. And that will ensure the smooth running of and flow of the water into the bond polder, storm water this time.
Honorable Member for Central Badibu.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Minister is telling us that the initial plan, the ring canal cleaning and constructing of concrete wall was not part of the plan. But I want to put it to him, from 2018 to 2019, a committee visited that site, and we are told at the committee level that was part of the plan. That's why they started digging and removing the grasses.
What is your question?
My question is he telling us that the digging and the concreting of the canal was not part of the plan? That was part of the plan.
I don't know whether you understand the Banjul Ring Canal properly. I know you were head of the infrastructure committee of the previous parliament. But being from Banjul, I think he understands exactly what I was saying. If you look at the initial scope of the work, from where the ring canal begins all the way to Gambia High School here, that's where it stopped. But the open drain there, that's what he's talking about. That is the extended work. This was not part of. So it is now going to kind of complete the entire process, and it will link from point A to kilometer zero to the very last one. So that is the scope of the additional scope of work that we have included. That one was not part of the original scope. Yes, the various groups were doing tacit work there, and supporting the communities, but that was not part of the initial scope.
Honorable Member for Banjul Central.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, there's been a bit of clarity because I was almost about to ask the same thing. But as you know, the project was an all-inclusive project. And as you made mention, it includes the roads, the drainage, and the sewage system. And we all know that where the bone polder is, around that particular area, is where the end zone is. So my question is, how come during the implementative process of the project scope, how come that particular area wasn't part of the actual project, knowing that it's the end zone?
Being the end zone does not necessarily mean that the project was not going to cover it. Now, if you look at the original design of the Banjul Road Sewage project, it was to actually deal with the critically damaged roads and the drainage system that also always collapse. So that particular area, which is I think Tobacco Road and towards the bone polder, was not part of the canal, was not part of the original plan. But following the completion of the first phase and the savings that we made on the project, it was decided that the entire network of the canals be covered, be cleaned, and also be concrete so that it can complete the flow.
Question number 064 of 2023 by the Honorable Member for Sabak Sanjal.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, some sections of the newly constructed Sabak Sanjal Road is built without drainage channels, particularly those that run through the villages of Ngin Sanjal, Sarakunda, and Kanikunda. Could the Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure tell this August Assembly what plans does his ministry have to build and add the needed drainage channels in the said route sections in order to prevent future occurrence of floods in those villages?
The Sabak Sanjal, Njen, Sanjal, Sarakunda, and Kanikunda Link Road project has practically been completed and inaugurated by His Excellency the President last month. The road was constructed with the drainage structures such as iris crossings and culverts. The contractor is now serving its default liability period DLP of 1 year. This is the rectification period when the contractor deals with a snag list of defects that arises after the completion of the project. Therefore, the National Road Authority, the NRA, with the contractor, will survey the areas with the drainage issues and address them accordingly in order to avoid the probability of flooding in the villages mentioned along the corridor. Meanwhile, for the information of the Honorable Member of Parliament, drains in Njen Sanjal are already been constructed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. If the drain in Njen Sanjal is constructed, was it part of the design? And if yes, why not the others?
Well, actually what happened was that when the road was completed in the rainy season, we have discovered that there have been some waterlogs in some of the adjacent areas of the road along the corridor that you mentioned. So the NRA contacted the contractor to do some design adjustment to ensure that some of those things are taken care of. However, as you know, road construction, like any other infrastructure project, when you design, sometimes there can be some issues and then you improve on them. That does not mean that the situation is bad, but because you are serving your default liability period, it means that you can stay there for 1 year, in some cases for 2 years, to see
any improvement that needs to be done or adjustment, you can do it at the cost of the contractor.
Honorable Minister, if we may know the date effect of the default liability period, so that if we have cases that might arise within that period, we will be able to notify the ministry. I think it will help us also.
Well, the project was officially handed over to the government when the president inaugurated it 2 weeks ago. So the default liability period starts hopefully, at the end of this month. The contractor is still mobilized around that region, and we will definitely, inform him for, to start the engagement, especially when the rain starts, because then you will be able to know some of the severe drainage problems, and then, we can resolve them. Yeah.
Question number 065 of 2023. Honorable Member for Ileasa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure inform this August Assembly whether his ministry has any plan to start constructing the road from Maka Farafenye Johnson via Maka Farafenye to Ker Ali village, the road from Ileasa to Kachang village, and the road from India village via Yuna Angle village to Yalal Tankonjala.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The construction of the road linking Maka Farafenye Johnson via Maka Farafenye to Ker Ali village, the road from Ileasa to Kachang village, and the road from India village via Yalal Tankongala village to Yalal Ba are not part of the 365 kilometers of roads recently launched for construction nationwide this year. However, road inventory and condition surveys are being conducted across the country by the National Road Authority, and when funding is available, we will do some of these roads mentioned.
No supplementary.
No, any second, any?
No supplementary.
No. Question number 066 of 2023, Honorable Member for Lower Salu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure inform this August Assembly how many ferries are seaworthy and those who are not seaworthy? Sorry. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure inform this August Assembly how many ferries are seaworthy and those are not sailing the Banjul Barra routes and its yearly revenue base?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. All ferries currently deployed in operation by the Gambia Ferry Services are in seaworthy condition, namely Tesito 2, Barajali, Sandugu Bolong, Kaur, Kunta Kinte, Kanilai, and Johe. However, there are a few technical and operational challenges, that is, engines, landing facilities, including slipways and landers, and siltation in Banjul and Barra landing points, but these are being remedied gradually with renovation works on Bansang and Janjambure slipways completed, and plans are in progress for Barajali and Kaur slipways. The approaches to Barra are shallow and rocky. That's why the ferries have a specific channel to navigate for them to reach the landing site either in Barra or in Banjul. The Gambia Ports Authority dredger and the ones used by the international companies that are usually contracted to carry out dredging works have deep draft and therefore cannot approach the source at Barra for the required dredging. The National Disaster and Management Agency NDMA excavators are usually mobilized, but they too have limitations in accessing the area within the waters where the removal of sand to achieve the required depth
would have been more effective. The solution is to contract an international dredging company that may be able to mobilize flat bottom equipment and can undertake the required dredging at Bara. The Bansang and the Badibu ferries are not in seaworthy state and currently at the Banjul shipyard for maintenance. The Johe ferry on the Banjul-Bara route is being delayed or is being deployed exclusively for vehicles and freight. The yearly revenue for the last 5 years are as follows. In 2018, the Gambia Ferry Services was able to make 380,123,000. In 2019, the company made $340,210,262. In 2020, the company made $172,520,074. In 2021, the company made $295,756,916. And in 2022, the company made $278,806,112. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. This is H-Money. Honorable Minister, did your ministry is ready to buy a new ferry services for the Banjul Bara? Thank you so much, Honorable Member, and I can inform the National Assembly that currently the procurement for a new ferry for Banjul Bara has been completed, and we are waiting for the final approval from the Gambia Procurement Agency to enable the Gambia Ports Authority proceed with the process to have the new ferry. And we are hopeful that within the next 16 months, the ferry would be available in the Gambia. Honorable Minister, that's good news, huh? What is the how to call it? What is the cost of that ferry? If at all you are in position, you can give us the information. If at all you are not, I'm fine with it. We have a budget envelope.
Honorable Minister,
I don't want to.
Honorable Minister, that's a substantive question.
Okay.
It's not a supplementary question to the questions being asked. Honorable Member for Central Badibu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, can the Honorable Minister tell us about the landing site? Because this National Assembly approved a lot of funds for the construction of landing site in Bara and Banjul. Why is it that still is a challenge for ferry to be able to access the landing site?
Well, as I said in my answer to the Honorable Member for Lower Salom, actually we have a serious siltation at the Bara end. And the problem there is that the ordinary dredging machines that we have here cannot access that place. Right now we are in discussion with the company that is doing sand mining at the Denton Bridge to deploy its equipment to the place. They are doing a feasibility study, which they said will last for 7 days. And then after that one, we will be informed. Because the other problem is the area is rocky, and they are concerned that their blades will be broken if they deploy their equipment there. So the management of the GPA is in negotiation with an insurance company to insure the equipment. And this morning we concluded a meeting on this, a management meeting on this, and hopefully, if they are able to do this within, the scope of the contract that we signed with them, following the feasibility study, within 7 days they will start the dredging of the area. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Kiang West.
Honorable Speaker, from Honorable Minister's response has cited various ferry crossing points and the conditions of the ferries. And how soon your ministry ready to remedy the ferry crossing issue from Sierra North to Bansang, Sierra South to Bansang? Because this has been a challenge, and the patients from that end of the country finds it challenging to access Bansang Health Center when the ferry is not in service. Thank you.
Well, the ferry in Bansang is in good working condition, and the landers also are in use. I think what we are doing is to improve to cater for a bigger capacity ferry, because as you may know, the government of the Gambia is working with partners to dredge the river Gambia from Banjul all the way to Basse, and this will also require increased traffic along the route. So that is why we are talking to our partners. In fact, the GPA is doing a need study to do, the landers again, and then, expand on them for bigger ferries to apply there.
Honorable Member for Joshua.
Honorable Speaker, I'm withdrawing my question.
Honorable Member for Banjul Central.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, if you would look at the revenue variations that are from 2018 to 2022, it seems there's been a huge decline in terms of revenue. Can you briefly explain, perhaps, apart from, I would say, the landing issues, possible problems that might deter us from, being able to tap? Because it seems like the Gambia ferries really has a huge potential to generate revenue for this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Yes, if you look at 2018, ferry services was able to make 380 million. This was because both the Banjul ferry terminal as well as the Senegambia, crossing were actually using the ferry. So, they were getting revenue stream from both ends. But 2019, as you can see, it dropped partly because the Senegambia bridge started operations, although at a minimal level. So the bridge was open at the same time the ferry was in use. So they had a drop of revenue about 40 million. But 2020, you all know, the bridge was fully operational, but we also had COVID. So there was less travel, and that actually affected the revenue. Then 2021, it peaked to 259 million from the previous year of 2020, from 172 million to 259 million. This was as a result of increased traffic also, and also a lot of construction works that we had, in the North Bank end of the Gambia. So vehicles crossing, the bridge somewhere diverted to Banjul. And the same trend is continuing. As you can see, last year, they had an increased revenue from 2021, 259 million plus to 278 million. This is also as a result of the fact that we had, since the reduction of the activities of the Gambia ferry services from the bridge, the number of staff that were there were moved, and so the overhead cost kind of reduced. So this actually supported the increase in revenue, as well as reduction in the maintenance cost. So this year, we hope to see the figures again in a better shape. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Nyamina Dankunku.
Speaker, Honorable Minister, you have talked about the ferry crossing at Kauru. This was the ferry that was crossing from Kauru, Kulenya, Jaren. Then it was deployed to Kauru, and then within the Nyamina. So when it was deployed in Kauru, there was already an existing landing site around the Kauru end. But around the Nyamina end, there is no landing site. Would your ministry consider actually building a landing site around the Nyamina end? Because it's always give the ferry a problem of landing. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Member, that is true. And as part of the efforts to improve the ferry landing infrastructure across the country, for our preparation for increased activity in our river, we are planning for a review and also maintenance of all the landing sites, including the Kiangs, the Nyaminas, that used to be the premier routes for the river transport in the Gambia.
Question number 067 of 2023. Honorable Member for Lower Salu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure inform this August Assembly if there is any signed agreement between the Republic of the Gambia and the Republic of Senegal regarding the Senegambia Bridge, and if so, on what terms?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Senegambia toll bridge was completed in 2019 and since then has been up and running. The National Road Authority and the Gambia Ferry Services were responsible for the operations of the toll bridge up until 2022, when it was handed over to the Office of the Accountant General under the Ministry of Finance. Currently, the management and maintenance of the toll facility are done by the Office of the Accountant General and the National Road Authority, respectively. There has never been any agreement between the Gambia and Senegal regarding the Senegambia Bridge. However, there is a joint technical committee, JTC, for the during the implementation of the Senegambia Bridge project. The project, apart from the bridge structure, had another component dealing with joint border posts between the two countries on both sides of the border.
Any supplementary, member for Lower Salon?
Honorable, I am fine with it.
Honorable member for Joshua.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, he mentioned about whether there was an agreement between the Gambia and Senegal. Are you aware that Senegal is claiming the financing of this bridge through the ECOWAS Parliament? Well, I'm aware, but the statement of fact is that this bridge is entirely owned by the Gambia government. Yes, it's named Senegambia Bridge, but it is a Gambian government bridge.
Honorable member for Central Badibu.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister made mention of Attorney General Office and that of NRA being in charge of operation at that place. Wouldn't Accountant General, wouldn't it be ideal also to involve the ferries so that the pressure on the bridge could be reduced?
Well, I mean, option could be given to travelers to use the river, but the thing is, many of the people who are using the Senegambia corridor want to really come in and cross fast. And I don't know whether operationally it will be viable to maintain a ferry there, but we can see whether that can be an option. Yeah.
Honorable member for Nyamina Dankunku.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Honorable Minister, there was a video circulated with regard of the ownership, with regard of the construction of the Senegambia Bridge. That was a member of parliament in the Senegalese parliament that claimed that the bill was built by Macky Sall. And being a member of the ECOWAS parliament, we have a serious argument with when Senegalese members of parliament lay their report, they have a caption, what they call local construction, local infrastructure. And yet still now, they are capturing the Senegambia Bridge under that local infrastructure. And for me, I believe this is very terrifying because these are two sovereign okay.
Honorable member.
This is not supplementary.
You give a long preamble.
Okay.
Can you just put
Let me
your
just
question?
put my question. When you had this information, did your ministry wrote to the authorities of Senegal to make it clear to them that the bridge is owned by Gambia? Because these are two sovereign nations. Thank you.
Well, I don't want to use an official platform to answer to what is in the social media, because I don't get my source from the social media. But the Senegalese government, our partners, the Gambia government, all know that this bridge is 100% owned by the Gambia government. The funding was a grant to the Gambia government. And the construction and everything was supervised by the Gambian government agencies. There was no Senegalese involvement from the design to the completion of the bridge. I think what we all need to be careful of is to try to react to what we read in social media, because it doesn't add any value to. But I can assure you that whatever is being circulated
by the MP or any other group about this bridge being owned by Senegal is false, completely false. That I can assure you.
Yeah, honorable members, I think the honorable minister is very clear. Sometimes we have these political moves by people to gain popularity and inform the public. And in fact, by our own standing order 38H, a question should not be asked as to whether statements in the press or of private individuals or private concerns are accurate. So when we have these things in social media...
Honorable Speaker, can I comment?
Yeah, let me learn.
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Let me learn.
Okay.
We should not concentrate ourselves on some things that people will say, especially political. People will always say something, sometimes for political gains only, but not because they are factual. What is clear, honorable members, the bridge is completely owned by the Gambia government. They only went into joint agreement as regards border crossings and all these things. We remember that Senegal is on both sides. They have a lot of interest in it. But their jealousy has not gone, nothing has gone. It is owned by the Gambia government. Whatever somebody else may say, let's just know that that's the statement. And we agree. Honorable member for Nyamina Dankungu, can you come back?
Speaker, my second part of the question, the information I made is I myself, as a concerned citizen, sitting at the ECOWAS Parliament, giving the minister an information that we lay our country report, they lay our country report. I'm giving him a fact, not from social media.
Thank you. Maybe we can correct whatever.
Honorable Minister,
yes,
you talked about something in the social media. Nobody talked about social media except yourself. No, in his own these things, he said something in the social media. Yes. Honorable member, please. I will listen to you again. But if I understand you, you mentioned social media. Is that true?
Yes. I agree. In fact, this is why I say...
That's what I'm saying.
Some part of my question is not about social media.
The part that is dealing with social media is what I'm dealing with.
Please,
okay. Can I? You can go ahead, honorable member for Nyamina Dankungu.
Okay. I just rise for a clarification because the minister made an answer.
Point of order. Point of order. Point of order. Let's go by our rules, please. Point of order. Rising on point of order 43, subsection clause 3, subclause 3. The time taken to ask a supplementary question shall not be longer than 1 minute, and the answer to supplementary question shall be no longer than 2 minutes. This matter should come as a different day, matter of the day, or you bring it as a motion to discuss. We are on supplementary questions. You cannot waste our time.
So your point of order is against who? Is it against the speaker or against the member? The speaker is granting the member the permission to speak. Got a place where the speaker does not have a right to give somebody the floor to clarify an issue.
You have all right, but
so what we are saying is,
for use of time,
what we are this matter. No, I am making a ruling on what he has said, and to give him the opportunity to clear, not to ask questions. I said, I quoted Standing Order 38H, that things that relate to social media, these things, and the press, should not be questions for put into questions for the honorable ministers. He said, he made reference to what he said and referred to ECOWAS, which is a fact. And I said, yes, but you mentioned social media. Nobody else mentioned it. And he agreed. So it was one thing, it was not question and answer. No, you are not to direct me to do that. No, the time is not yours, it's mine.
So what we are saying is we are giving him the benefit of the doubt to clear himself so that we all understand to be on the same wavelength. And the same applies to you sometimes, honorable member. So, honorable member, yes, you were honorable member for Nyamina Dankunku. Your portion that relates to ECOWAS, you said something. Can you, do you want the minister to make some clarifications on that? Apart from what he said.
Yes, the reason why, because he during his answer, he have made reference to social media that he will not act on issues that is related to social media. But there are one part of the question again, when it comes to information, is I myself, being a member of parliament of the Gambia, sitting at the ECOWAS parliament, giving him this information, because he said he do not want to act based on information from the social media. What I'm saying now, based on the fact, being a member of ECOWAS, so that at least they can communicate with the Senegalese authorities. Because for me, it is a threat. Every time we are at the ECOWAS parliament, this issue is very contentious.
Honorable member for Nyamina Danku, it's just like you. No, even government cannot control what you are going to say. Politicians, what they say, like somebody goes to ECOWAS or goes to a forum and says A, B, and C, you can hardly do anything. The best way is to counter him as a politician and tell him what you are saying is not true, bring proofs to show that you have got it, because this bridge was built by the Gambia government. You cannot make any political gains. So, but I also advise honorable member that you can meet the honorable minister, and then you will be able to trace out some of the nitty-gritties of what it involves. But what he had made clear is that the bridge is completely owned by the Gambia government. Honorable member for Kiang West.
Ron.
Honorable member for Fonyi Jarol.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, I want to ask this question. Why was the Senegambia Bridge officially opened before the final completion of works?
Well, I don't understand, because the bridge was completed. As all infrastructure projects, no, hold on, let me just finish. As all infrastructure projects, you finish, and for the Senegambia Bridge, the default liability period was 2 years, which means that the contractor will be there for 2 years to observe, to monitor, and in case there were any issues that needed to be done, they would have done it. And just, Honorable Speaker, I mean, I've just been passed a paper just for me to clarify that, because I was at this inauguration of the bridge. At the inauguration of the Senegambia Bridge in 2019, the Senegalese president himself, His Excellency President Macky Sall, categorically said that the bridge solely and wholly belongs to the Gambia. So I think that should bring to, I mean, at the end of this program.
Question number 068 of 2023. Honorable member for Nyamina Dankunku.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure inform this August Assembly? What plan does the government have in place to construct the road linking from Choya in the Nyamina West constituency and Nyamina Dankunku constituency to the ferry crossing point, Kung Brand and Kulenya respectively?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The construction of the road linking Choya in the Nyamina West constituency and Nyamina Dankunku to the two ferry crossing points is not part of the 365 kilometers of roads recently launched by the government for construction nationwide this year. However, road inventory and condition surveys are being conducted and added to the list of rural roads for construction once funding is available.
Any supplementary, honorable member? Okay. What do you say? Honorable member for Lower Salem, is your tag up?
Yes, yes. Honorable Speaker, the one going from the highway to the river bank. Yes. No, from the Kaur checkpoint to the river.
Point of order. Point of order.
Wait.
Point of order. Point of order.
No, wait.
Sir, the point of order by who? By which member?
Nominated Kevalang Fofana.
Honorable nominated member Kevalang, what's your point of order?
I mean, number 43-4. The question was specific. The point, the destination axis from Choya to what? Kulenya. So the honorable member is taking us to Kaur. So the supplementary question have no bearing to the substantive question that was asked.
Sustained. Point of order sustained.
Honorable Speaker.
Point of order sustained. Meaning, what you are asking is out of order.
Okay, Honorable Speaker.
There is already the ruling. Pardon?
I said, I'm still appealing to your good office, that seat. You will give me a chance again to reframe it again. You know, you are my friend.
All right, then I allow you to reframe your question so that it will be in order.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister, the member said from Choya to the river bank. I am also taking from that river bank to the checkpoint. I mean,
honorable member, out of order. Is that the last one? Honorable member for Kiang West.
Honorable Minister.
For Kiang West. Honorable member for Lower Salu. You are taking it from Kyoya to the river bank. And from the river bank to where? To checkpoint in where? I definitely sympathize with you. Honorable Minister, can you listen to his question, please?
I'm aware of the question. They wrote a letter to us last year for addition of that particular stretch to the current works going on in Kaur area, Kaur Dimbala area. We told him that we have to talk to the Ministry of Finance to see whether there can be some additional funds. We have not done that yet because we have a lot of roads that we are going to do. Hopefully, maybe we can see what can be done, but really it's not part of our agenda this year.
Not part of the 365.
No, it's not part of it. Project. And the contractor is under a lot of pressure. He has to finish by May, and we don't want to distract him to start another new road because that will be additional cost. Yeah.
Okay. So, honorable member for Lower Salem, there will be follow-up. Honorable member for Kiang West.
Honorable Speaker, the road network that the parent question is in question of has so many satellite communities along the road before you reach Dankunku, and the agricultural activities in that bank is too high. Could the Honorable Minister inform us that this road will be prioritized immediately this other projects is completed?
Yes, I can assure you that. But the good thing is they have already benefited from the feeder road. So, I mean, it's still motorable, it's still usable. What needs to be done is to strengthen it and then, seal it. So we've already spoke to the honorable member, and I hope, that is possible.
Sorry. Question number 069 of 2023 by the honorable member for just one constituency.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Could the Honorable Minister of Works inform this August Assembly on the state of progress on the Kayupa Road at Imo Town linking Badala?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The road linking the mobile traffic Sankunsilla Road will be constructed as part of the OIC project. In the same vein, the link between Ibo Town and Joswang will also be partly constructed under the same project. Meanwhile, the National Road Authority has plans to construct new roads to act as major alternative routes for the distribution of traffic flow between these communities and mainland Serekunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The Kayupa road links from the main highway to Badala. And then the Honorable Minister, I don't know how fast will it be, because that road is very, very important to link this intersection that you are talking of. So I don't know when will you have the time to go and do your own feasibility study to see how best that road can be immediately taken care of.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. Just to tell you that last week, President has instructed us to prioritize the construction of that particular road with modern drainage facilities. So we have already communicated this to the NRA, and I think currently in talks with a contractor to prioritize the construction of this road before the rainy season. Thank you.
Thank you. Another question.
Where? Nobody?
Honorable Member for Bundung.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, as far as the road he's talking about is within KMC, I just want to know the current status of some of the roads that are currently under construction, including Bundung Highway.
Thank you so much.
Honorable. Weak road construction, he said where? Pardon? Yes, the road network is in KMC. He's talking about KMC.
Bundung.
All right, Honorable Minister, go ahead.
Point of order. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Member, just to tell you that the Bundung Road construction under the OIC is in high gear now. We had some issues with the NAWEC and NAWEC water and electricity services, which the two institutions are now working with the National Army to relocate them from the right-of-way. Also, there was about 300 meters of Gamtel cables. We have now already started removing those ones. Hopefully that should be ready this week. The problem has been that some of the roads that we are doing, the service providers, Gamtel and NAWEC, they don't even know where some of these service cables are. So you are digging the road and then, you come across and then you cut, the whole community is out of water. So that is why that particular area is slow. But with the current state of work now, we are hopeful that before July, that road would be completed, because now the army is fully mobilized there. We now know the stretch of the high tension cables, underneath on either side of the road, and then we will work. But in general, you mentioned KMC. What we have done is that the National Road Authority has completed a complete survey of all the roads within the KMC, from Cape Point all the way to Abuko. And what is now left is to cost them, because we have been directed by the President to ensure that we come with a modern plan, architectural plan for the whole of KMC, all the roads, drainage included, and also sewage for the first time, just like in Banjul. And that partial work has been done. The entire surveys has now been done. What is now left is to do the designs. So just for your information also, the entire Greater Banjul area drainage system has been completed, and we are working with the Ministry of Finance to have funding for that particular project. Thank you.
Question number 070 of 2023, Honorable Member for Jesuan constituency.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister of Works, tell this August Assembly why the road reserve for the construction of the Senegambia-Batin-Hadin Highway is being reallocated.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The road reserved for the battle-hardened highway has never been reallocated, and the right-of-way, according to law, remains at 40 meters from the road center line on either side of the road from the airport junction kilometer 0 to traffic light, which is kilometer 18.750. The right-of-way includes the water, electricity, and telecommunications infrastructures, namely for NAWEC and GAMTEL respectively.
Honorable Minister, at first it was 40 meters, reduced to 30 meters. The 10-meter reserve that was remaining. Currently, if you go to the current Senegambia highway, we are seeing structures currently ongoing. And that 10 meters plus what was left is currently relocated, Honorable Minister.
No, yes, we are using 30 meters of the center line, but the 10 meters that we reserve is still there, it's not touched. Any allocation does not include the 40 meters as provided by law.
Honorable Minister, if it's not touched...
Let me clarify, if there is any development on the 40 meters, then it's illegal encroachment, and we will raise this up with the Honorable Minister of Local Government and Lands, so that they can take the appropriate actions to demolish.
Yeah, thank you. I think it is high time you liaise with the Minister of the Minister of Lands, because it's currently ongoing, and we want to avoid what is currently.
No, Honorable Member, you are not in a debate. Ask a question.
Yes, Honorable Minister, I think it is good to link with him, so that what are your plans to avoid the current current happening on the compensation with regards to demolition?
Yes, most of the properties in the affected areas for the road construction areas, especially the ones that we have demolished, I can tell you they have either been compensated or their package is being processed at the Ministry of Finance.
Honorable Member for Kiang.
You mean to avoid what? Well, you know what we are
what
now
is happening,
doing.
Honorable Minister?
Yes.
There is something happening. There are people talking. Honorable Member for Central Badibu.
No.
I am not blind, nor am I deaf.
But is the question,
what is being murmured until the minister is coming back?
Is the question that
the minister has completed, and there were murmurings, and the minister is coming back.
No, it's the same person murmuring. Is the question that I'm to put to him.
Pardon?
The question that I raised to him, and what that is answering is different.
Yeah, but then what is answering is different.
So now I've given to him. He wants to answer now. Allow him to answer that question.
Honorable Member, when there are deficiencies, you don't tell the Honorable Minister. You refer it to me. You don't murmur.
Okay, I'm not referring to your speaker.
Honorable Member for Kiang West.
Honorable Minister, the said road in question is incomplete. The work is in progress, and vehicles are using the road at some point, and due to this has claimed some of the lives in Yarambamba and between Costa Road and the airport junction. Are you aware of this? If you are you putting in mechanism to ensure that this road, is not in use at this moment to avert the accidents that we're having?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Yes, I am aware, and we came to know about the unfortunate situation of the deaths on the the ongoing construction that is on the Battle Harding. What we have agreed with the police is to put barriers to disallow access to the newly constructed road, while vehicles can use either side of the sideways that we have created. However, I think we should all work together on this, because sometimes it is not only about the vehicles that are flying, but also the passengers or the pedestrians that are crisscrossing, and then they get unfortunately hit by the speeding vehicles.
Honorable Member for Fonyi Kansala.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, as per the said road, Batin Hadin, Senegambia, 30 has been used, 10 remaining. As per your ministry, do you have any barricades of sowing the remaining 10? If so, are there any labels that will indicate so that it will not be encroached?
Yes, the labels are there actually. The 40 meters allocated for the road actually is still there and clearly marked. And I think all those along that corridor, that's why we conducted some demolitions to ensure that we have the 40 meters.
Question number 071 of 2023, Honorable Member for Kiang East. Kiang East?
He has directed me to...
Who is talking?
Member for Kiang West.
Kiang West?
Yes.
Has he communicated to the table office?
He did.
Table office? Kiang East is not around, and Kiang West is saying he's communicated to you. All right, Honorable Member for Kiang West, you can pose the question on his behalf.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for that opportunity. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure inform this August Assembly of the Ministry's plan to construct roads in Kiang East, especially Kabada?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The government, in collaboration with the National Roads Authority, have launched tenders for the construction of roads nationwide, including roads linking the Kabadas in particular. The procurement process is ongoing, and civil works are expected to start immediately after contractors are procured.
Yes, go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister inform this August Assembly on the route in Kia East Kabada, where this road is touching, starting from where and ends where?
What I can assure you is different routes, starting all the way from Kuinala, going all the way to the Jaras, including the Jaras. It's about 120 kilometers in total.
Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister clarify if this road you are talking about will deal with the entire Kabada? Because you have talked about from Kuinala down to the Jaras in Kabada. Are you telling us the entire Kabada belt will be dealt with as far as this project is concerned?
Yes, I can assure you. I mean, we have even sent the surveyors to survey from Jataba, just after the Kalaji Bridge to Kuinala. So that is also going to be added to it to complete the entire loop.
Question number 072 of 2023, Honorable Member for Fonyi Bondali.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure explain to this August Assembly the plan his ministry have to construct the roads linking Moyok to Sara Musa and Taiba Nyas?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The government, in collaboration with the National Roads Authority, have launched tenders for the construction of roads nationwide, including roads in Fonyi. However, the road linking Mayok to Saramusa and Taiba Nyas are not included in the current package. Notwithstanding, road inventory and surveys are being conducted for possible involvement of this particular loop in subsequent phases.
Any supplementary?
No.
Honorable Ponyi Berefet, you have a supplementary?
Yes. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister tell me if he is having any plan to construct the road from of Ndemban to Kanjavina.
Honorable, I think you put that question to the minister. He will respond it. That one is substantive.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Unfortunately, you know, and it's so sad because she was very passionate about the roads in Fonyi. She brought in the number of roads that should be done in the Fonyis. And when the final list came out, her constituency roads actually were not involved, or were not included. But I want to assure her that in the next phases, definitely we will consider Kanjamba Road. That I can assure you. Thank you.
Question number 073 of 2023. Honorable Member Fofonyi Bondali.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, road maintenance has been a challenge in the infrastructural development of this country, Could the Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure explain to this August Assembly whether there are plans to carry out maintenance on the heavily affected Moyokto-Kanilai Loop and Moyokto-Sangajor on the South Bank Highway, main highway?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The National Road Authority is aware of the urgent need for maintenance in Mayok to Kanilai Loop and Mayok to Sangajor Loop roads. The roads were constructed in 2009 and were lowly trafficked, which has also contributed to the deterioration of these roads. Roads became highly trafficked just in the past few years. Going forward, the National Road Authority will dispatch its maintenance team to the said area as remedial measure before the roads can be rehabilitated.
If so, is there any timeline?
Well, I just spoke to the MD of the NRA, and then they will deploy their regional maintenance team there, hopefully at the end of this week. Just to see first, and then, you know, they will come up with a design for the maintenance.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Works, for ably responding to all questions from honorable members. Clerk.
Thank you. Questions for oral answers. The Honorable Minister for the Attorney General and Minister for Justice.
Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Justice, can you take the podium? Honorable members, questions for which due notices were given to the Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Justice by honorable members for oral answers. Question number 003 of 2023 by the Honorable Member for Banjul North. Question number 004 of 2023 by the Honorable Member for Busumbala.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, considering the importance of justice in the context of human rights, could the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice inform this August Assembly when shall the justice be rendered to the victims of TRRC?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We believe the Honorable Member meant to refer to victims of probably Jammeh or the period that Jammeh was in government, not victims of TRRC, because TRRC doesn't have victims. The government is committed to ensuring that the victims of Jammeh will get justice they deserve. The government, through the Ministry of Justice, is working tirelessly to ensure that recommendations of the TRRC are fully implemented. Some of the strides made in this regard are as follows. Government have initiated talks with the ECOWAS to assist the government in establishing international court that will hear criminal cases involving perpetrators that bear the greatest responsibility. Questions have been raised in the past on why we cannot utilize our local courts. Some of the more serious crimes under consideration cannot be heard before our courts using our existing local laws. Our courts do not have jurisdiction to hear international crimes, and crimes such as torture do not exist in our local laws. There is therefore the need to come up with international or internationalized court that will be clothed with the necessary powers to hear and determine matters of international criminal law. Secondly, our current criminal justice system does not have aspects of victim participation that are deemed crucial in prosecutions of this nature. This internationalized framework will therefore give us an opportunity to include innovative procedures such as victim participation, witness protection, and the possibility of holding trial sessions in other countries. Secondly, we have prepared an implementation plan for the post-TRRC prosecution, which should be launched in the second quarter of this year. Hopefully, a little bit outside of the second quarter. We are now targeting after the Ramadan. This will give the general public an idea of what the government's roadmap towards implementation is. It will be important to also note that when we talk about justice, there is a tendency to dwell on retributive justice. Justice goes beyond retribution to other restorative aspects of justice, such as establishing the truth and providing reparations, which are components of justice that must go in tandem with retribution. We are taking a holistic approach and ensuring that our approach to justice is comprehensive so that the victims can be satisfied that justice has been done and they can heal. Government has been enforcing some of the recommendations of the TRRC that are capable of being enforced. Administrative steps have been taken against certain people who were recommended to be banned from holding public office. We are in the process of drafting a bill to make those bans final or legal. We have identified reforms that will be needed to ensure that these atrocities do not occur again. These include infrastructure reforms, security sector reforms, institutional and legislative reforms. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Minister of Justice. You did make mention of some of the crimes that are not triable within our court system, but is it foreseeable that some of the crimes that some of the victims are recommended for are triable within the court system? Why did the Minister of Justice did not proceed in prosecuting those victims, prosecuting those perpetrators?
We are on the verge of, in fact, we have started drafting, I have gone public about this. We are on the verge of setting up a special prosecutor's office under my office to deal with all TRRC-related crimes. We do not want to continue to prosecute TRRC-related offenses on piecemeal basis. We have started, we prosecuted few of them. Yankuba Ture was prosecuted, NIA 9 were prosecuted, but we don't want to continue using that approach, prosecuting them on piecemeal basis. Since these are a lumped crime, crimes lumped within a given period of time, we intend to set up Office of a Special Prosecutor who will be charged with only prosecuting TRRC-related offenses. The draft bill will be introduced into this office, into this chamber, hopefully very soon. The drafting is progressing. Once the Office of the Special Prosecutor is set up, the Special Prosecutor will take over all TRRC-related crimes and deal with them. The Ministry of Justice will continue discharging their normal prosecution of normal crimes on day-to-day basis. Thank you.
Any more? Honorable Member? I mean the Honorable Member. It's okay. Honorable Member for Central Body.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, justice delay is justice denied. Far too long, the victims are crying. They are in agony. The proposed bill you talk about, we need to know the time of bringing it to the parliament, because you know that parliament is a process. So how long will this bill be passed in the parliament? We don't know. So is that telling us that the victim will not be compensated or they will not get fair trial?
In your question, honorable member, you touched on so many things. It's a short question, but you touched on so many things. You talked about fair trial, you talked about compensation, and you talked about justice delayed. To me, as a lawyer, these are all substantive issues. You know, which particular one do you want me to respond to now? The issue of fair trial, the issue of compensation for victims, or the issue of delay in prosecuting?
I want you to deliberate on justice. How quick justice will be delivered to the victims?
I think, Honorable Speaker, the substantive answer I've given is responding to that. That was the question. Everything that I said was to give you all the steps that we have been doing and how soon we intend to embark on this. So I can assure you the bill for setting up the Office of the Special Prosecutor is at the drafting stage. I will not be able to give you a definite timeline because this is a legislative process. It has to go through a validation. It has to go to cabinet. From cabinet, then it has to be gazetted and brought before the parliament. I cannot attach specific timelines to that because I'm not in control of those processes in terms of specific timelines. But I can guarantee that we are committed to expediting it as much as we possibly can.
Honorable Member for Bakau.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, we are all made to understand that the TRC recommendation have barred some top officials from holding government official positions as at now. And according to my research, I have made to understand that some are still holding those positions. If this is the case, why is this happening?
I am not aware of any banned person who is still holding office. If you know, please let me know.
Honorable Member for Nyamina Dankunku.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, the TRRC, you have these three words: truth, reconciliation, reparation, and commission. After the final report of the TRRC, I believe reconciliation is very important. Looking Gambia, looking our cultural setup, so on and so forth. Does your ministry, don't you think it is important your ministry embark on a reconciliation process? After, then you come to prosecution. Because I believe you start with prosecution, whether we will achieve reconciliation. Thank you.
Reconciliation and building peace is a key pillar in the post-TRRC activities. In fact, the recommendations of the TRRC are broadly into mainly, you could say, probably 4 categories. You have justice and accountability. The reason, that is what I'm dealing with here, because that's what the question is asking. But there is a component that deals with reform. And reform is mainly 2 categories: institutional and legal, legislative reform. There is a component also that deals with reparation, which is mainly for the victims, because it's not only justice that will give them all that they want. If you bring the perpetrators, prosecute them and send them to jail, it doesn't change the conditions of some of the victims, because some of them are already grappling with health conditions. Some of them have lost a breadwinner. Some of them have issues that they are grappling with. So there is a reparation component that will deal with compensation. And very soon we will introduce a victims bill in Parliament that will set up a victims fund that will be administered by an independent body where reparation payment will continue. But also there is another component for which your question is relevant. That is, the nation needs to heal and move on. We cannot continue to dwell on the past. So there is a plan to build a peace commission, all right, that will have a full-time mandate of building on our fragile peace, to strengthen it, to help the societies to heal and reconcile and move on as a society. That will be implemented by the Ministry of Interior. But of course, we are coordinating everything. And once our implementation plan is out, hopefully before the end of April, you will see that we are not leaving anything behind. The nation needs to heal and move on.
Honorable Member for Kiang West.
Honorable Speaker, from Honorable Minister's response, reparation stands a key part of the TRRC recommendation. Some of the victims with severe health conditions. Could you inform this August Assembly if some of the victims from victimizations and with the health condition are still in the same condition, or what is the ministry's plan, or if ministry is working to ensure that those victims are being treated and given fair or a better health treatment?
We are on the verge of finalizing an arrangement with the Ministry of Health to set up a special medical board, a quick one, ad hoc one, that will look at the health conditions of some of the victims that would need some urgent treatment. Government have put aside some funds in the budget this year for the victims. So we think if it is necessary, we will tap into those funds and probably some assistance we receive from partners so that the medical board will assess the medical conditions of some of the victims. If they recommend any kind of treatment that can be supported, we intend to embark on that as a stopgap measure while we wait for the process that we are working on to be finalized. So we're thinking of doing something now before it is too late, while we are working on other avenues. I know time is of essence, but government procedures are government procedures. There are certain things you just have to follow procedure. But we are working hard on it. We are very sensitive to the plight of the victims.
Honorable members, let me remind honorable members and honorable ministers, supplementary questions not more than a minute, answer not more than 2 minutes. Honorable member for Janyambure.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, from your responses, I think there have been a word re-echoing at all times. That is, very soon we're going to do A or B. Just to be specific, because I don't think we can also rely on speculations. And in order to avert that, I just want to know, just to be specific, when are you going to start implementing the TRRC white paper? Thank you.
If you heard me, Honorable Speaker, if the Honorable Member was listening to me, implementation is underway. We have been implementing various aspects of the recommendation. The recommendations are very broad. So I have informed this August Assembly, and I think this is not the first time I appear before to talk about the implementation. Various aspects of implementations are ongoing.
I cannot agree more with you.
So it depends on specifically, because these are over 100 recommendations. Which particular recommendation are you wanting me to brief you on? But if you ask a general question, when implementation will start, implementation has been underway from the moment the white paper was published.
Question number 005 of 2023, Honorable Member for Busumbala.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the question here is directed to Minister of Interior. I don't know why it is placed on the Minister of Justice. Notwithstanding, if the Minister of
Honorable Member. Question. Okay, Honorable Member. Yeah, it has been confirmed that it should be directed to the Ministry of Interior. We will do that accordingly. Question number 006 of 2023, Honorable Member for Fonyi Kansala.
All right, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Attorney General, Minister of Justice, clearly inform this August Assembly whether the sales of former President Jammeh's assets were done on tender? If yes, who were the buyers and how much were the assets bought, including the cattle? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Member, for the question. The Ministerial Task Force, including Justice, Lands, Tourism, and Agriculture, had initially identified for sale 44 properties belonging to former President Jammeh, 15 properties that belong to Baba K. Job, which were forfeited to the state after his conviction in 2004, but taken over by President Jammeh, and 7 properties that belong to General Solbaji, all mainly in the Greater Banjul area and the West Coast region. 11 properties were identified for possible government use. The task force did not take decision on some of the properties pending an inspection of the properties. The list of properties to be sold, together with valuation of each of the properties commissioned by the Janneh Commission, was shared by the Ministry of Justice with Alpha Capital Advisory, which is a reputable local chartered accountancy firm, which was instructed to liquidate the properties identified for sale by the Interministerial Task Force. For the initiation of the sale process, all the said properties were inspected, identified, pictures taken of them. The properties were to be sold by way of closed bids. The properties were sold to the following persons for the stated amounts. My Honorable Speaker, I have, when I got to this point, I prepared a list and sent the list to the Office of the Clerk for the members to be provided with the list of individuals and properties that were sold. I'm not sure whether this was distributed. If it is not, we are fine for it to be distributed. We, subject to the direction of Honorable Speaker, we have concerns in reading the names on the floor, but we have provided the answer for the honorable members to be provided with the list of the properties and who bought what. But we have concerns in reading it on the floor, as it might be. But without evading answering the question, we provided the answers in writing for the consumption of the honorable members. And the cattle were sold at the market value of the time. They were sold by way of public auction. The sale realized $8 million, and the proceeds were deposited into the special account opened at the Trust Bank under the name of AG versus Yahya Jammeh. However, for the cattle, I tried as much as possible to get the names of the buyers of the cattle. Up to the time of coming to the assembly, I'm not able to get the names of the buyers because the sale for the cattle happened at the commission. It was the commission that sold them. So we find it very difficult to get the names of the buyer. But after the commission finished their job, the properties that were forfeited and sold, the answers for the buyers are provided to the Office of the Clerk.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, sorry, the Minister, as per the last list that was provided, I think no indication were shown on issues of cattle as per the last list that was circulated. I think a similar question was deliberated. Would you provide us this? If, as you are saying, we want to know the cost per cattle. Can you tell us the cost per cattle?
My information is the realized total amount was in the excess of 8 million. Because I did not see the details of the sale, I'll continue to search. I can commit to continue to search to see. But we are told they were sold by public auction. I don't know if it is public auction and physical sale. Anybody coming pointing at a cattle and offering a price, I don't know. But I'll find out the manner of sale. If it is possible to get that data, we will try to make it available. But at the moment, the data is not available to me. We need to dig maybe probably very deep into the records of the commission before we can find that.
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
But you have any more?
Yes. I'm worried as a citizen. Why closed door auction? And no, you say closed door.
Honorable member.
Yes.
Honorable, please. I don't want people murmuring when somebody is asking his question.
I don't remember saying closed door, but if I had said so, I never intended to use that word. Because I'm not even aware how the sale took place. So I couldn't have described it even closed door, because I didn't know how it happened.
Yes, I vividly recorded in my brain, and the archive will also show. That's why I qualified this. I want clarity. Don't you think the Journal Commission and the Minister of Justice have failed the nation in making sure authentication of real-time documents and issues that are happening is not available? How would you insinuate this?
I did not say the record is not available. I say as at the time I came to the assembly here, I could not find it. The search that we were doing, we didn't reach it. It might be lying somewhere, and over time we will get it. It's a question of searching to get the report, the answers for you. As at the time I was coming here, we were not able to lay our hands on that information.
All right, honorable members, the properties were sold to the following persons for the stated amounts, and the honorable minister has submitted a list. That list will be circulated by the office of the clerk to all honorable members. Honorable member for Bakau.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, are there any properties of the former president that are being put on sold, yet still there are unsold one? If there is, can we know how many, please?
That's a loaded follow-up. I can say for yes, for the first part, yes, there are properties that are yet to be sold and are going to be put up for they will be advertised. I think the advertisement has even taken place, but I can confirm. But yes, there are unsold properties that are going to be sold. I cannot give you on top of my head the list of those properties at this point. But to answer you, yes, definitely yes. Because some more properties are even
No, Honorable, don't answer to other questions.
Okay.
Please.
Thank you.
Honorable Attorney General, you try to furnish the honorable members with the list of the number. You said number of properties unsold? Yes. You find out and you furnish it.
We will forward it.
Honorable member for Kiang West.
Honorable Speaker, from Honorable Minister's response, it was indicated that there are some facilities from the said properties which are inhabited by the government today. Good. Can you tell us where are those facilities?
We can also provide that list later. I don't carry that on top of my head.
If I remember, I think you said about 11 were put aside for use by government. Yeah. But then he will also provide the list.
Yes.
And probably their location, as you asked.
Of course, yes. We'll provide their descriptions and which agencies are in occupation.
Yeah. Honorable member for Foni Jarol.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and then thank you, Honorable Minister.
I just want to find out, because I will one day be a witness to the sale of this cattle. How many number of cattle were sold, the total number?
We will look for all the details surrounding the sales of the cattle in terms of number, price, whatever information we can find from the records of the Commission of Inquiry, we will make it available to you. But the Ministry of Justice did not supervise the sale. The sale took place while the Commission was still proceeding. So it was a sale done by the Commission. So probably this is what is making it a little bit difficult for us to dig into the archives of the Commission to get the data. But any information we come across regarding the sale of the cattle, we will make it available to the House.
Honorable Minister, you must make all efforts to avail members with details of what they want to know. Honorable Member for, yes?
I'm just confirming, yes, we will exactly do that.
Honorable Member for Fonyi Bondali.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister. We are talking about victims here. Don't you think that Jamie also is a victim of this government? I mean, I heard you saying about victims. So I'm asking
Point of order. Point of order.
Can we hear the point of order? Who is raising the point of order? Wole is?
Honorable Speaker, the standing orders do not accept to ask the opinion of the minister.
Indeed,
no opinion.
Sustained.
Yeah.
Opinion of the honorable ministers should not be sought. They don't, when they come here, they don't tell us their opinions. Yeah, let me just quote the relevant section. Section 38G. A question shall not be asked for the purpose of obtaining an expression of opinion, the solution of an abstract case, or the answer to a hypothetical proposition. Our own loss. So it's sustained. Honorable Member for Fonyi Bintang.
Thank you so very much. Honorable Minister, why do you have problem in reading the names of those that bought the property if it was done legally?
The reason is we're dealing with the assets of a former president, a highly politically exposed person. The purchasers of such properties are entitled to some form of privacy. They do not give us their consent to disclose as to their acquisition. But we respect the right of this assembly as a representative of the people that information that you requested you are entitled to know. But whatever information is provided to the assembly should equally be provided to the general public is something that we could look into closely. So we provided it to the assembly, but we do not think it is appropriate for us to disclose it to the general public.
I think that is in order. Honorable members, you will get the information that you're looking for, you're seeking, and there are definitely certain informations that may not be in the public interest to put it all in the air, but there should be no information that should be kept secret from honorable members. Question number 007 of 2023 by the Honorable Member for Nyamina Dankunku.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. If I could have got the opportunity to make a supplementary question, I could not have asked the question. But then, since I don't get that opportunity, let me just ask it. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice confirm to this August Assembly whether an independent evaluation was conducted before the sales of the former President Jammeh's landed properties?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member, for Nyame and Kunku. There were evaluations for each of the properties commissioned by the Janneh Commission. Guide prices were then established through the revised valuation of these properties. This was conducted by an independent professional valuer from representative of Department of Lands and the Serif Division of the High Court, who had prepared the initial valuations at the instance of the Commission. So yes.
Any supplementary, Honorable Member? Honorable Member, no, Honorable Member for Nyamina.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In fact, it is based on your response from a member when you sent the asset that were sold. I got it in my pitching on. That what provoked me to ask this question, whether it was only given to one independent evaluation or it was bid at least 2 or 3 independent institutions that have the technical know-how of evaluation, so that at least you can get 3 different quotations. So there, I am just asking whether that was done.
And I believe you've got the answer now. You got the answer now.
That you mentioned only one person who is a qualified independent surveyor with the assistance of land.
The answer said with the assistance of Department of Lands and Surveys and also the Serif Division of the High Court.
The Serif Division, are they independent surveyors?
Actually, what I'm trying to say, there were initial valuations that were done at the level of the Commission. Then when it was ready now for sale, another valuation was done. So these 2 valuations were all compared. But is your question asking whether series of valuations were done to compare or what?
For example, a bid was thrown out for independent surveyors to come and bid for the valuation. But here in this case, it's only one person, that it is Alpha Capital, who is an independent surveyor.
But why back and forth? No. Why back and forth?
No. Alpha Capital is not a surveyor, it's the receiver. So as professional surveyors are contracted to do, valuers were contracted to do the valuation. So it was not Alpha Capital that did the valuation. Valuation is done by expert valuers.
All right.
If I'm not answering you, I need to get the question clearer then, because I heard you talking about bid. I don't know what do you mean when you mention bid.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister, what I'm trying to establish here, for example now, when the AG chamber, how to call your ministry, whosoever was selling the asset in those material time, they could have floated a tender for valuers, people who have the expert of evaluation. Because if I make a reference on your response, for me, I believe some of the assets, even though I'm not an expert, knowing where the location of the assets are, for me, I believe they were sold at a very low value, at a very low price. This is why I was asking whether you have floated a tender for 3 or different companies to apply, come and make evaluation, then get back to any person who was selling the
I understand 2 issues in what you are asking. Probably the way and manner in which the valuer was recruited. I wouldn't be able to delve into that at the moment. But one thing I know is whatever valuation price that was obtained as a result of the valuation exercise were merely a guide. And they were prices that were kept in secret. And when assets are advertised, people are allowed to bid in seal bids. So they were sold through bids. So you wouldn't know what the reserve price was. Well, that's my position. So sellers would look at the properties and make offers. And all these offers were open together in a conference room where bidders will come and sit down and these envelopes are open. So it is sold to the highest bidder. So the valuations were done to have an indicative value of the properties as a guide. So it is not that they were sold at the prices for which they were valued.
Full member for Woolly East.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We are trying to establish something. Honorable Speaker or Honorable Minister, the process of selling these assets, were these properties, was it just announced or was it gazetted before it was announced and then sold? What process did it actually take? Because otherwise we would not know to establish the number of assets that were especially cows.
The receiver even have a website. So they were advertised in newspapers and they were put on a website too, where people will view the properties and then submit their bids.
Honorable member for Nyamina West.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Okay. My question is, since we are talking about former presidents' properties and assets, and we just concentrating on those within the Gambia, I am here asking if the former president used to have properties and assets outside the Gambia, and if so, did you sell any? Thank you.
Not yet. The former president had a property, a residential property in Maryland, in Potomac. We work with the United States Department of Justice, and through our collaboration, we secured a forfeiture order from the courts in the United States. So the property has been forfeited, and it is being valued and being put in the market. So it has not yet been sold. So no sale of the former president's asset has taken place at the moment, but the state is pursuing all assets of the former state, head of state, outside of the country. The one that we have laid our hands on at the moment is the Potomac property, and the court had forfeited it, and it is being sold. It will be sold on our behalf by the United States government, and the proceeds will be remitted to the Gambia.
Honorable member for Bakau.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, if I heard you right, you've indicated that the properties were not sold at the price at which they were valued. Why is this the case?
I did not say definitely that the properties were not sold at the prices they were valued. If you heard me well, I said the valuation purpose was to serve as a guide. You value the property so that you know the market value of the property, and you keep that to yourself. But you invite the general public who have interest in the property to offer what, in their view, they are willing to pay for the property. And then you sell it to the highest bidder. Already you know your reserve price. That's what I explained. But I was not involved in the actual direct sale because somebody is appointed to do the sale. So that much I know. I did not know whether any particular property was sold above or below that guided price. I don't know.
Can I?
Honorable member for Joshua.
Honorable Speaker, I can. Honorable Speaker.
Who is talking?
Honorable member for Bakau.
Bakau, yes, Bakau.
Yes. Am I giving the floor?
No, I think I just gave you the floor.
Yes, I need more clarification from the Honorable Minister.
You need?
More clarification from the Honorable Minister.
You are entitled to one question.
I'm appealing to you if I'm giving the floor, Honorable Speaker.
Go ahead.
Honorable, thank you very much. Honorable Minister, if normally in an instant you are selling your property, you come up with your price. So why should you allow interested person to come up with their own price?
Because you want to maximize your gain. I think that's the best I can answer you. You want the maximum price possible.
Yeah, honorable member, I think what the honorable minister is trying to say is, it is known that after it is being evaluated, for instance, for $100, you keep that to yourself. You allow people to bid. But you know that this property is valued at $100. And therefore, when somebody bids $50, you will not agree. But if somebody bids for 120, 150 as the highest, you will give it out because you know that your reserve price is 100. I think that was what the minister was trying to say. I think yes, somebody is talking.
I'm just saying the possibility of getting a lower price is also there.
Agreed. But what I'm saying is what the minister's answer gives, that's what I try to explain. I think what honorable members would try to put their things in write-up so that the minister will try to get the document, because the minister was not directly involved. But he also oversees those things as Attorney General and Minister of Justice. So there are certain questions that he may not, if not prepared, he may not be able to answer directly here. So we will give him time to answer, to get some of the documentations you request and some of the answers you may require. Honorable Member for Joshua.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you spoke of the reserve price. Were there any instance where sales were cancelled because of the difference in the price?
Not to my knowledge, no.
The question is there?
Were there any instance where sales were cancelled because of the difference in the price between the reserve price and the highest offer?
Meaning, what you are trying to indicate, if I understand you,
if the reverse price is 100,000,
yeah,
and I being the highest bidder with $10,000, were there any instance to cancel the sales?
Yeah, and the minister said he is not. Minister, what is your answer?
Not to my knowledge, but I can find out.
All right. Honorable Minister will find out. Honorable Member for Fonyi Jarol.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I just want to know who ordered for the evaluation for the sales of Jammeh asset. Was it the Ministry of Justice or was it the Commission? As I understand that the Commission was not a court of law.
Cabinet that approved the white paper.
Question number 008 of 2023 by the Honorable Member for Nyamina Dankunku.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in relationship to the sales of forfeited assets of former President Jammeh, could the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice inform this August Assembly to which accounts were the funds deposited?
The proceeds from these sales were paid into a special account at the Central Bank of the Gambia and were subsequently transferred to the Consolidated Revenue Fund for use as regular budgetary process.
Any supplementary? Honorable Member for Nyamina Dankunku?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, then the Attorney General needs to make a clarification, because when he was answering the Honorable Member's question, he had mentioned an account where these funds were being lodged. That is Aegis versus Yaya Jammeh. Now, he is giving me another account. So I don't know, then he needs to clarify this issue before I forward my supplementary question.
That was the sale done by the Commission, not the forfeited assets. You know, I told you the cattle, that answer was specific to the cattle. The cattle were sold by the Commission. And as at the time the Commission was proceeding, there was a subsisting case in the court. So they secured an order there to sell. So that was why it was proceed. But subsequently, I have no doubt all the proceeds were transferred to the central bank.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, who was depositing these funds? It is the client who was going to central bank, deposited the funds himself, or he will pass it to the people who sell the asset to him, they deposit it at the central bank.
The receiver has an account. So whenever he sells, payments are done to the receiver's account, and the receiver then authorizes his bank to transfer to the central bank. In the central bank, there is a special account. Then that is where from the receiver's account, it goes to the special account for this sale of these assets in the central bank. I think in the name of the Ministry of Justice, but Ministry of Finance have access to that account, so they can lift the money from there to the consolidated revenue.
Honorable Member for Brikama South.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, I just want to inquire whether you have any idea whether this money that is sent to the Consolidated Fund was brought into this Parliament as a revenue to be approved for the aggregation to different sectors of the economy.
That's for my colleague, Finance Minister. But I know, yes, I know in the budget there are revenue projections and expecting payments from these transactions, yes.
Honorable Member for Fonyi Kansala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. To the Minister, how would you say to this allege? How would you say to this allege? How would you say to this allegation? I said, how would you, I'm coming, just listen. How would you say to this allegation that the commission doing sales of assets, including the cows, that had various accounts that they were depositing their monies? Do you know of this?
I wouldn't want to attempt to answer something that I'm not very clear. Speaker, with your pardon, I need to hear the Honorable Member again so that I'm clear what you're asking.
Honorable Member, can you come up again?
Yes, thank you. The commission were doing sales on the other end, while the other side were processed that the court has approved the sales. The commission people allege the commission that accounts were opened variously in which those monies that they were doing the sales were deposited. How would you say to this? How would you qualify this?
It's an opinion.
Honorable Speaker, point of order.
Yes, may I hear the point of order? By who?
Honorable nominated.
Honorable nominated member.
I'm relying on Order 43.4 of the standing orders. What the question the honorable member is asking does not have a direct correlation to the substantive question. The substantive question asks is, where were the funds received, the proceeds received from the Jame asset sales deposited? And the honorable member is talking about an allegation which does not have a direct correlation to the substantive question which was asked.
I will not sustain that one, because all the questions that were posed were on the similar ground. I thought you were coming up with the fact that he wants the minister's opinion. Because the first question he asked, if I understood it well, he said, was the minister aware? That one I listened and I refused to make a comment. But the next one he said, what he's now asking the minister's opinion. And I have said here that you don't inquire, you don't ask about honorable minister's opinion.
No.
So, please, when he changed, that's why I let you have the floor for the order. But what he has asked is within the ambits of what is being asked by most other people in the assembly.
Honorable Speaker.
I think he wants to say something.
Yes, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, what he asked, you said was asked by other people. What the honorable member is saying is whether the minister, the honorable minister, is aware of the fact that commission members were doing sales on the sideline.
No, sorry, I think you are not getting me.
I'm speaking to the, I'm directing it to the speaker. Okay, that doesn't have a direct correlation to the substantive question. The question didn't ask whether sales were done at multiple levels.
Remember, I don't think, I have not heard that one.
That's what he asked.
Just hold on. That, I don't know whether I have another ear, that he said that the commission members were making
sales on the sideline.
Illegal sales on the sideline.
That's what he asked. Then let him repeat the question. That's what I heard. He can repeat the question. Thank you. If he change it, we'll hold him again. Yes.
How can he change it?
I am ever strong and I'll remain strong. I am ever strong and I'll remain strong.
You know, if I hear the honorable member for Nyamine Dankunku, where came the principal question? He's asking about accounts where these monies were lodged. That's what he insisted on. I thought what I believe the honorable member may go out of order. The first question he asked the minister, he said, was the minister aware? Then when the minister never heard him well, in his second question, he said, what is the minister's opinion? And I have ruled that opinions should not be sought. But is the minister aware of that fact as minister and as Attorney General and minister? Is in light. But he has changed it to his minister's opinion on it. The order of honorable nominated member and my further ruling, honorable member for Fonyi Kansala, your question is in order, but you don't ask the opinion of the minister.
Maintain my question that I want to hear from the minister.
Pardon?
I said I want to maintain the question that I asked the minister. No, not the opinion one.
Honorable Speaker, please shut up. It's me, Honorable. Biram is talking while you are ruling. You are ruling, Honorable Stow here is talking. He is not the...
Honorable member, that is not parliamentary. Honorable member, please. We don't use unparliamentary language on the floor of parliament. You know, if somebody is doing wrong, you have your processes that you do to get him to take him to task. But don't respond wildly to people. Don't be emotional. I told you people, unless you respect people's opinion that you think is not good or is foolish, even your good opinion will be taken as foolish by other people. So what the principle is, respect people's opinions, but you have the right to differ with his opinion. But if somebody is saying something, you don't want him to say it. But when you are talking, you want everybody to listen to you. Will that be possible? So, honorable members, let's please be patient and listen to people when they are making their statements. However bad, if it is not in order, just raise that point. If it is not true, wait until the person is seated, you come out with your truth. Because members will listen and will take the best. Please, let's be patient. I was talking to the honorable member for Fonyi Kansala, am I right? Yeah, Kansala, what were you said something?
Yes, as alluded by the parent question, the main respondent about the AG versus Jammeh account. And the minister also clearly stated that some of the sales were done by the commission and the accounts were open. Is he aware of those accounts? And if so, what are the fates of those accounts?
The accounts that were managed by the commission, no, I'm not privy to those accounts, but I can find out.
Honorable member for Woolley East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, my question is it that all the properties of the president, former president, were seized, or only properties that were acquired unjustifiably? Is it everything that is seized that you know, or only seized, the things that you have seized are acquired unjustifiably? Because the president also had worked for the country and had got some legitimate earnings. So is it everything that is seized?
Your question is it everything that is seized, or? You said or?
Or only things that, the only things that are seized are the things that are not justifiably acquired? Or is it that everything is seized, whether it is legitimate or not legitimate?
Honorable Speaker, with your permission, I considered it a substantive question, so it would require a substantive answer. So I probably need to look closely as to the seizures, and because I know the former president has been found liable for various huge amounts of money, and as a result, a lot of the properties were forfeited, either because they were not acquired properly or towards liquidating the financial liabilities that he has been found to be liable for. So whether in total everything has been forfeited or not, I think I can treat that as a substantive question and then come back on that.
All right, Honorable Member for Woolley, the Honorable Minister will find out and get back to you. Thank you. Huh? You have some more. Honorable Member for Central Badibu.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, in your response to Honorable Member of Nyamina Dankunku, you said there's an individual who received the money to be submitted to an account. Is it a team who was selling the cows, or an individual was assigned to sell the cows? Was it a team or an individual?
I think there is a slight misunderstanding on the side of the members regarding the various questions I was answering. The sale of the cows were not supervised by the Cabinet Task Force. Those happened before the Commission finished their work, while they were proceeding. So they have made provisional orders. While the Jane Commission itself was proceeding, the sales took place. So the cattle were sold by the Jane Commission itself, even before they did their report and submitted to Cabinet, before a white paper comes out. That is what he was asking, whether I can comment on the accounts that were managed where those payments were made. And I said, no, not now, but I can find out and furnish the House. The Ministry of Justice and the Cabinet Subcommittee only got involved in sale of properties after the report was submitted, a white paper was approved by Cabinet, and a decision was made which properties are forfeited and are to be sold. Those sales are the ones that were supervised by the Ministry of Justice. Ministry of Justice outsourced it to a receiver who was doing the sales and then remitting the funds to the central bank. I believe that is clear now.
Honorable Minister, I think your point is very clear. It only clouded some other areas. Honorable Member for Kiang West.
Honorable Speaker, the question, the substantial question that was asked is where the funds were deposited to. And, but in follow-up questions, minister's response, and people are very much concerned about where this fund, how these funds were sold and deposited to. But I want to ask Honorable Minister, if the entire properties of former President Jammeh that were forfeited could be sufficient for the reparation of the Gambians that were victimized.
Reparation is an ongoing thing. And we still are not able to know in definite figure terms how much reparation is going to cost. Because I told you some people have a medical condition, they need to be treated. Some victims are even not yet discovered. We're still going to do some exhumations. Some remains have been found that have not even been identified yet. So this is a long process. We don't even know in the end what is going to be the bill of reparation. So I definitely cannot answer you whether the monies we are recovering from the sale of the properties will be able to take care of reparation. What I can add is government is committed to the reparation of victims, and it is the commitment of government. That is the reason why a victims fund will be created, for which annually government, with your approval, this chamber, money will be put into that reparation fund, and because reparation is going to be an ongoing thing. It's not a one-off check. When you draw the check, one-off, and it is done. Because, in fact, more victims are being discovered all the time. So we don't know the bill of reparation, so I definitely cannot answer that question.
Question number 003-2023 by the member for Banjul North.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Attorney General, the Minister for Justice, update this August Assembly on the implementation of the reparation component in accordance with the TRRC recommendations?
The Ministry of Justice has finalized the drafting of the Victims Reparation Bill 2023. The bill has gone through the stakeholder review process and was validated by the stakeholders in February 2023. The bill has been submitted to Cabinet for deliberation and approval. Thereafter, it will be tabled before the National Assembly. Given the urgency of the reparations, it is our hope that once it gets to the National Assembly, it will be expedited and passed. The Reparations Bill seeks to create a Victims Fund and a Reparation Commission that will take over the reparation aspect of the TRRC and manage the Victims Fund. The Commission will also have the mandate to register victims that were not identified by the TRRC. The Commission will have the mandate to ensure that an accurate victims database is put in place. The Commission's mandate will not only be to pay compensation, but most importantly, to provide restitution and rehabilitation to victims. The government has already earmarked about $160 million in this year's budget for that purpose. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. When do you intend to introduce this bill in Parliament?
It is already submitted to Cabinet. So as soon as Cabinet approves it, we will gazette it and table it.
In that regards, are you also considering time, more particularly when it comes to the victim side, in terms of bringing this as soon as possible at the level of the Cabinet?
Yes, indeed. That's why I said we hope to have it expedited when it gets to the Assembly.
Member for Central Badibu.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, can the Honorable Minister inform us whether they got any funding from anywhere as far as reparation is concerned?
I know the goodwill is there, but most partners are waiting for the setting of the fund. We wouldn't know, but once the fund is up and running, I have no doubt partners will complement government's effort. I can only say the goodwill is there, but I mean, some of these things I don't think partners are comfortable paying the money to government because it's meant for victims. So once you put up the framework, they will easily hand over whatever they intend to support government, they will give it to that agency to administer it directly to the victims.
Member for Busumbala.
Yes, Honorable Minister, you did talk about this bill. It is going to address the victims that have been identified on TRRC, and additionally, the victims that have just been identified, that are on the process of identification.
Yes, I mean, the TRRC we know was time bound. So as the result, we couldn't guarantee that they have registered every victim. And for obvious reasons, there were some victims who also never wanted or bothered to go and register with the TRRC. So we couldn't limit our definition of a victim to mean only those who were registered with the TRRC. Victimhood is determined by what happened to you, not whether or not you went to TRRC or not. So for me, if you are able to substantively prove before an impartial entity that you have suffered one way or the other, what stops that entity from accepting you as a victim and include you in any process that is going on? So that is why the bill that we are bringing before you very soon, the Commission will have an additional mandate of receiving applications or petitions for recognition as a victim. Of course, they will have their objective criteria of assessing those applications, but once they are convinced that somebody is truly a victim, we should not close the door at them. They should be allowed to come in and be admitted as victims.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Minister. Nominated Member Kebalang Fofana.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, based on the revelations of the TRRC, do you have any indicative value as to how much reparations might cost the Gambian people?
I think I answered that with the Kiang West question. We wouldn't know the bill of reparation cost. Like, we're still counting. We're still discovering victims. And the assessment done by the reparation committee of the TRRC as to quantum of compensation per injury of a victim, the victims themselves have questioned that assessment. And I strongly believe that assessment will probably be revised. And our approach from the policy point of view as a government, we do not intend to, if I would say, interfere very much with that process. We want to entrust it to credible, impartial, and objective people who will assess fairly and determine what is adequate. It's never going to be adequate, because if you lost a loved one, no monetary compensation can pay for a life. But I mean, an objective best practice assessment will be carried out, and then the intention of government is to adequately compensate victims, whether it's injury, whether it's loss of life, whether there are other kinds of injuries that can take place. But like I hinted earlier, reparation broadly is beyond compensation. There are some victims who don't even want to accept monetary compensation. All that they need probably is restitution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister for Justice and Attorney General, for answering to those questions that were directed at you. Thank you very much. Clerk, you may proceed.
Question for oral answers continues. Question for oral answers by the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs.
Honorable Minister, can you please take the podium? Questions for which due notices were given to the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs by honorable members for oral answers. Question number 055 of 2023 by the member for Banjul South.
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
I was assigned.
Yes.
Can I
Honorable
go
member
ahead?
for the Banjul South authorized the member for Banjul North to read question on her behalf.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On behalf of the member for Banjul South, the question reads, Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs tell this August Assembly whether the government has any plans to alleviate the suffering of pensioners, such as increasing public pensions in light of current economic circumstances?
Mr. Speaker and honorable members, may I kindly request the honorable member for Banjul South to kindly refer this question to the Minister of Public Service, Administrative Reforms and Policy Coordination, as this is the ministry in charge of pension policy.
Question number 056 of 2023 by the member for Upper Salom.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the government of the Gambia, sometime in 2018, prepared a report on cross areas between the government and state-owned enterprises, SOEs, and the Gambia Revenue Authority. Would the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs give this August Assembly an update on the payment of these cross-border areas, cross areas, showing who owes what and to whom, and the payments including all outstanding payments?
Honorable Speaker, let me inform the Honorable member for Upper Salom that as at end of December 2020, the total cross areas of SOEs stood at 2.3 billion. As at end of December 2022, 212 million was paid against the total confirmed cross areas, leaving an outstanding balance of 2.05 billion as at end of December. There is a table that gives the detailed areas, and the details are as follows. Social Security is the net receiver. GRTS owes total outstanding net of 5.3 million. Social Security against civil aviation, net owed to Social Security 87 million. Gamstel versus Gamcel, 367 million. Gamcel versus GRTS 1.6 million. Gamcel versus GIA 8 million. Social Security versus GIA 15 million. Social Security versus Gamcel 48 million. GNPC amount owed by NAWEC 1.268 billion. NAWEC amount owed by Gamtel 495. GNPC amount owed by GIA 495,000. GPA versus GIA net 812,000. Gamtel versus GIA 1.65 million. Social Security versus GGC 222 million. GPA versus GCCA 25 million. GPPC versus GIA GCCA 173,000. Cumulative total 2.055 billion. On the SOE tax obligation to the GRA as at end of December, the stock of the tax area stand at 1.4 billion, including corporate income tax, pay as you earn, GSM license, GSM levy, excise, telecoms, and VAT. Of this total stock of the SOE tax areas as at end of December, a total of 477 million has been recovered, leaving a balance of 891 million. And the table here below gives the breakdown of the arrears. The total outstanding arrears is 891,000, essentially owed by GGC 14 million, GAMPOS 6.1 million, GPPC printing 30 million, GPA 35 million, GAMCEL 514 million, GAMTEL 110 million, Gambia Ferry 70 million, GNPC 86 million, and GIA 22 million. GRTS 500,000. These are the cross balances between the agencies.
Honorable Minister, can you please raise your voice?
Oh, okay. I was reading a table. Okay. I hope I was audible. If I'm okay, thank you. Yes.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Now, Honorable Speaker, would like to get a copy of the table that he was reading so that the other members can actually have a better understanding. Now, the supplementary question I have on this one is, if you look at the, the cross areas, you said almost at the end of December 2022, about 212 million was paid as against 2.3 billion among themselves. So that is almost, you're talking about almost like less than 10%. That was paid. But on the other hand, if you look at the one for the GRA and the other SOEs, you are talking about almost, they've made a payment of almost 30%. Now, what is responsible? Because it seems GRA actually, is it the GRA, they are more aggressive in collecting their debts, or what's actually happening with the others that are still, extremely low?
Thank you. The detailed response will be circulated to the honorable members for their information. GRA has been very active in their collection, and we as a government encourage them to go after all obligors to settle their outstanding. This has been partial explanation of their higher collection performance, and this has been reflected in the revenue performance recently. We are more than happy to encourage other cross obligation between the SOEs to settle. As we know, the performance of the SOEs is quite a concern, and part of the problem and challenges is the outstanding SOEs. But it's worth noting to just pick out of the total balance of 2.05, NAWEC alone between NAWEC and GNPC is 1.3 billion. So that explains it's not a very even number. We are working towards eliminating or reducing this substantially, but it's mainly between the two respective SOEs, their own debt collection efforts that they are putting in place. The government does not intervene, but it's between the two various SOEs that are concerned. But we believe now that we are moving ahead towards putting them on a market-based approach, their debt collection will be more aggressive than has been the case. Thank you.
Question number 057 of 2023 by the member for Opasalo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Assets Management and Recovery Corporation, AMRC, among other functions, take over, manage, and recover government assets assigned to them by the Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs, MOFIA. Would the Honorable Minister for MOFIA inform this August Assembly the total value of debt assigned to AMRC and what has been collected so far on each assignment and the cost associated with those assignments?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Upon the establishment of the corporation in 1992, an outstanding non-performing assets of the Commercial and Development Bank, former, were estimated at 335 million, comprising of 3 accounts: commercial loan 212 million, development loans 37 million, and managed accounts 85.7 million. The corporation recovered 274 million, about a collection rate of 82% out of the entire portfolio. In addition to the Commercial and Development Bank portfolio, the corporation entered into other arrangements for debt recovery. In July 2017, the corporation signed an MOU with the Central Bank through the Ministry of Finance to recover the debts of the former Keystone Bank amounting to 665 million on the basis of a 5% commission, which was subsequently increased to 15%. The corporation recovered 54 million on this portfolio by the end of December 2022. This low collection rate was due to the fact that most of the CAMCO debts concerned were virtually non-secured. Only 35% were secured out of the 618 debts. In addition, transaction files of 342 representing 55% of the debtors were yet to be transferred to the corporation. The corporation spent a total amount of 10.5 million on advertisement, property enhancement, and legal fees to recover the assets transferred from the Commercial and Development Bank and Keystone Banks, respectively. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for the explanation on this one, particularly about the Keystone Bank, which I'm really very interested in. It seems they are actually only able to recover so far less than 10%. And the majority of it, like 65% actually of those loans were unsecured. What is the next course of action from the government? Because again, the bank has been taken over by the central bank. So what is the next course of action to ensure that you either maybe liquidate the bank or how do you intend to ensure that they recover the rest? Even though I know it's going to be difficult because it's non-secured. So what is the next course of action?
Well, the fact that the loans were unsecured, where files were not transferred to the MRC, rendered this a very difficult case to pursue because you can only litigate on what you have evidence for. So where there is no security, it's a very difficult case to pursue. We have no visibility in this direction. Thank you.
Member for Woolly East.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this AMRC has been established a very long time ago. And up to now, the GCDP debts have not been totally recovered. What are some of the main challenges impeding the collection of debt from the defaulters?
Thank you very much. The factors that constrain the MRC from recovery is mainly related to security. When these assets were transferred to MRC, most of them were found to be unsecured and therefore very limited documentation. So they found it very difficult to proceed. And it's very central to the entire economic system that debts be secured or documented. Without that, in the event of a default, you have no fallback position on. And that makes it more, even as a primary collector, not to talk of when you are a secondary, where you've been entrusted with authority to collect. Lack of security, lack of documentation, and also the loan processing. If the loan was not processed with the right documentation, it will be very difficult to follow up. That's what was the principal cause. Thank you.
Any supplementary? Question number 058 of 2023 by the member for Upper Salon.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the strategic domestic resource mobilization is key in raising government revenue. Would the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs inform this August Assembly the gains the government of the Gambia has registered with the implementation of the domestic resource mobilization?
Honorable Speaker, the Ministry, in collaboration with the GRA, has recently ramped up the efforts towards improved domestic resource mobilization and with positive results. The GRA's collection moved from 7.9 billion at the end of 2017 to 12.78 billion at the end of 2022, representing a 60.4% increase over the 5-year period. The 2022 fiscal year has been, since the domestic revenue assumed a dominant effect in the economy, accounting for the first time as a major source of income by a tune of 51% of total GRA receipts. The aim is to sustain this trend in order to minimize the dependency on international assistance and revenues, which are considered to be more volatile because of their exposure to external shocks. The performance of the domestic tax revenue in 2022 was boosted by the general improvement in revenue administration. The GRA has recently launched a more improved custom system, which is the real-time Ascuda wall, and roll out an enhanced version of the GAM TaxNet in all tax offices across the country to improve efficiency of domestic tax administration. These two systems upgrade have resulted in improved tax collection and enhanced tax compliance risk management. Additionally, the authority has made improvements in the area of data matching of third parties, increased audit coverage and yield, better tax areas collection and management, increased enforcement exercises, improved tax service and education programs, among other ongoing things. On the policy front, we have recently established the new Directorate of Tax and Revenue at the Ministry, and this works on rolling out a comprehensive tax policy and is preparing an assessment that will inform a robust debt mobilization strategy to ensure a more coordinated and sustainable mobilization drive. And we are pleased to inform that the new tax directorate is working closely with the GRA to broaden the tax net and to ensure a higher compliance rate.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Now, along the lines of this domestic resource mobilization, does your ministry have any plans to critically look at the self-raised revenue that's been done in other institutions across the government machinery for efficiency and then also compliance? Self-raised revenue that have been collected by other institutions, not directly GRA.
Well, I think the role of the ministry is to enhance the revenue maximization. And that's why we are looking at all efficiencies across. Non-tax revenue collection rate is also taking a renewed interest. We are working on even the rental income tax collection, particularly for domestic rents. We are looking at the enforcement of the withholding tax and surrender of the VAT collections across. And also we are doing an inventory of the taxpayers across the country. We have technical assistance as well from the donor partners, which is resident, and our objective is to ensure that we have at a snapshot all the taxpayers in the country across all the different jurisdictions, from VAT, withholding tax, corporate income tax, payroll taxes, and we're also ensuring that all taxes that are collected and deducted are remitted. It has come to our notice that some tax collected are resident at the collecting point and the remittance, there's a time lag. We're working with the banks also to ensure that all GRA collections are swept to the central account as soon as is practical. These are some of the measures we are putting in place. Thank you.
Question number 059. Member of Woolley is?
You. Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, domestic revenue collection is very important to us. I'm just thinking of the tolls that you put at Parapeni and URR. Is it that you have a plan to put a toll in all the bridges in the country to increase this mobilization of funds for domestic revenue improvement? Is that your plan? Or is it just planning for URR alone?
For information, I also come from LRR. So, Honorable Speaker, there is no deliberate policy to target a specific location. These are the latest infrastructure bridges that were constructed. And that was the whole thesis that underlined this. And we have initiated this drive. We will see how it evolves, and all the legacies that are there are not already under the radar as we speak because of historical factors. But these are new assets, and our idea is to make our assets work. Because we have an ambitious infrastructure project, and this needs to be funded, as well as the expanded government expenditure base. So not only limited to the bridges, but we are looking across the revenue landscape, whatever we can maximize. And to that extent, we have also we are contracting third-party services to enhance revenue collection. We have signed a contract with SIPA that will ensure revenue maximization at the telcos, whereby the telecom revenue will be authenticated through a third-party service, as well as the OMCs, as well as at the factories. So these are all ongoing. At the customs, at the ports, a single window a contract has been signed for that also, as well as a container and cargo tracking system to ensure that whatever is government's revenue collection, as much digital infrastructure is deployed as is possible. That's what we are working on.
Any further supplementary? Question number 059 of 2023 by the member for Opasalo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, would the Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs provide to this August Assembly the VAT and withholding tax collected by each financial institution in the country from 2020 and 2022, and how often are these remitted to the government of the Gambia?
Honorable Speaker, we have an extensive table giving the VAT and withholding taxes collected by each of the financial institutions, and these are remitted to the GRA for the information of this August Assembly. The VAT and withholding tax are remitted to GRA as often as 15 days at the end of each month in arrears, according to the IVAT Act of 2012. To begin with, Access Bank 2020, withholding value added 2 million, value added 2021, 3.9 million. It's an extensive table. In the interest of time, I will circulate it. It runs into a couple of them, but I'll just give a summary table. Total collected for VAT, 80 million, withholding tax, 73 million. And total collected in 2021, 101 million. In 2022 is 138. And it's 2023 value added is 138. In 2022, withholding tax 168. But this table will be circulated in the interest of time. Yes, thank you.
Question number 60 of 2023 by the member for Latikunda Sabi. He's not around.
Yes, but I'm directed to read his question. I believe he sent this thing to the table office.
There is no authority given. I was told there is no authority given. Question number 0. As community table office, where your chairman have not been.
The message was sent on the 6th legislature. I don't know how.
By who and when?
By honorable member of Latikunda. This was since yesterday. Maybe you are not informed. They should have informed you.
Yeah, I even asked him, but he have not seen any authority. We are not informed. Honorable member for question number 060 of 2023 by member for Latikunda Sabiji.
I read on his behalf, Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs inform this August Assembly the scope of the various investment undertaken by the Social Security and Housing Finance Corporation from 2016 to date?
Honorable Speaker, the scope of Social Security investment include investments in money market, term deposit, treasury bills, and government bonds, properties, and corporate loans and equities. On investment in the money market, the corporation's stock of investments amounted to 649.1 million in 2016, rising to 2.4 billion in 2023. The table below gives the annual investment in the money market and money market instruments for further details. Money market, 750.8 million, with the different financial institutions, 1.1 billion, 109, totaling to 2.43 billion. The table will be circulated. In 2016, a stock of property investment by the corporation amounted to 944 million. For the period 2017 to 2022, the corporation acquired additional properties amount to 5.4 million. Brusubi Sample House, 25.2 million, number 4 Russell Street, property in Banjul. On loans to public enterprises in 2016, Social Security recorded an outstanding stock of loans to public enterprises to the tune of 1.2 billion. From 2017 to 2021, no new loans were extended to public enterprises. However, in 2022, a new loan of 743 was extended to a public enterprise. For equity investments, at the end of 2016, the stock of investments of the corporation stand at 1.2 billion in several companies. Since then, there had been no new equity investments. Thank you.
Member Woolley is.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the monies invested at the Social Security or by the Social Security, I believe is being acquired through the deposits from the workers. So my question is, whatever interest or profit that is acquired from these investments, is any percentage given to the workers whose monies have been deposited? Do they get any share? Apart from what they have deposited, do they get any share from the investment?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Member. As we know, Social Security is a pension fund. And when workers invest in a pension fund, these are invested for long term, because what you invest today, you work until your working life, and then you'll continue to pay it until, depending on the plan that you invest in. So it's not that proceeds from each investment is prorately allocated to the investors, because it's a pool. You have new workers coming in and servicing or retirees. Most of the people on the payout have invested years ago. So the return must be there. There's a whole process of actuarial valuation, which gives an idea of how much assets they have versus how much future liabilities or obligation they will have to settle. And it is within that contracts that drive their investment policy to ensure that the assets are able to keep up with their expected future obligations. Thank you.
Question number 061 of 2023 by the member for Central Badibu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs informed this August Assembly about inflation status of the country?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Member for Badibu Central. Inflation reached a level of 13.1 in January 2023 from 13.7 in December 2022. The headline inflation is broad-based with a decrease in slight stability in the price of commodities between December and January period, especially in the hospitality sector. Inflation declined from 18.7% in December 22. The food inflation declined because inflation is a basket of components, and food inflation, however, is higher than the headline inflation. Food inflation declined from 18.27 in December to 17.49 at the end of January 2023. Similarly, non-food inflation recorded a modest decline to 8.58 in January from 9.38 at the end of December. The overall inflation is at a level of 13% and is reflective of the trend in the region. And for the information of the esteemed House, our inflation numbers compares favorably within the region. And this is the response to this. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, thank you. Honorable Minister, I know efforts has been done to reduce the inflation to 30.1. But do you still have giant measures to apply so that our inflation can still go down, as particularly on the food?
Well, yes, we are concerned about inflation. And as you know, the number one policy objective of the central bank is inflation and exchange rate stability. Efforts are done to cushion inflation. That is why you will see government has been subsidizing the price of petroleum to the tune of almost 1.6 billion last year. We continue to do that. The subsidy level has reduced, but it's still there. On the food inflation, the long term is domestic production. That's the long term. There is no financial tool that can substitute domestic production. Because if you look at our food intake, almost 60 to 70% or even more is imported. And even as basic as chicken or egg is sometimes imported. So the long-term strategy of the government is to increase agricultural productivity. We believe that would be a big cushion, and also to enhance the stability of the exchange rate of the dalasi. As we all know, the dalasi has been fairly steady in recent past, but the decline in the dalasi over time was not just a domestic factor. It was the factor caused by the interest rate increases in the US, and the US dollar has strengthened against all major currencies and subsequently against the dalasi. And given our international trade is mainly in the US dollar, that's where, in fact, our greatest input to the inflation is. Wherever the dollar exchange rate improves against the dalasi, it tends to feed into the inflation. But efforts are underway to really...
Honourable Minister.
Thank you.
Honourable Minister, supplementary are just limited time, maybe for 2 minutes. Member for Kiang West.
Honourable Minister, to look at inflation, so many businessmen and women are indiscriminately increasing prices of commodities in the excuse of inflation. And even stocks they have at hand before a new stocks arrive sometimes will increase, indiscriminately. So how do we make sure we reconcile this thing with the Ministry of Trade to ensure that the domestic goods that we have are not sold at the expense of the citizens in the excuse of inflation?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Member. I think when it comes to inflation, that's why it's an evil in an economic system, because it generates this sense of uncertainty. Because if you say, I'm producing this good, and as such it's a homegrown cost, and I will keep it at the cost of acquisition, you will ultimately use the outcome of that, the transaction outcome, to buy imported goods. So that is the spiral effect of inflation. We do know we are a free market, and it's a liberal market policy. I think the issue of government trying to, what you are alluding to is like trying to nudge people to keep their prices down. I think this important part of it is to increase the supply side, because once you increase the supply side, everybody will take a clearing price at the market level. On that note, it will be very difficult to go out and instruct people how to price their wares at, because they know their cost structure better. One aspect is to minimize the input cost there too, and overall to attack the headline inflation, which our policy directives are aimed at. Thank you.
Thank you. Question number 062 of 2023 by the member for Central Baribu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs inform this August Assembly why the coin's currency is not in circulation in our markets?
Honorable Speaker and Honorable Member, I wish to inform this August Assembly that coins remain valid element of the circulation in the market and remains an integral part of the legal tender in the country. They have not been removed from circulation.
Minister, you will bear witness with me that when you go to the shop to buy something or you are trading within the Gambia, you never see coins prevailing, particularly the butut. Yes.
We just talked about inflation. We just talked about exchange rate movement. The higher price items are, the less the valuable, the lower denominations are. So that's a function, but still these are legal tender in the country and they are part of circulation. If you have transaction price at that level of the transaction, the coins should be used and will be used to transact that.
Member for Woolly is.
Yes, thank you. We're talking about currency, Honorable Speaker. I'm just concerned about the mutilated notes all over the place. What plans do your ministry have to at least minimize?
This man is talking.
Yeah, are you the speaker?
Honorable, he's talking about coins. No, coins. Honorable Minister, I want to thank you. Any other supplementary question? Member for Serekunda West.
Honorable Minister, yes, you rightly said there is no argument that they are legal tender, but it's already Dallas now, in fact, to be precise. It's already Dallas that is in circulation. What is happening to the 50 bututs and the 25 bututs?
I think these are integral part of the circulation, and it depends on the transaction volume and the parties to transactions. If a shopkeeper prices his good at 15 bututs, he will ask you for 15 bututs. Thank you.
Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs, thank you very much for answering questions that were directed at your ministry. Thank you very much. Clerk, you may proceed.
Thank you. Question for oral answers continues. Question for oral answers by the Honorable Minister for Lands and Regional Government.
Honorable Minister for Lands and Regional Government. Thank you very much. Questions for which due notices were given to the Honorable Minister for Lands and Regional Government by honorable members for oral reply. Question number 081 of 2023 by the member for Brikama South.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Regional Government, Land, IEC, and Ombudsman inform the August Assembly when exactly is his ministry coming up doing the cadastral mapping and formulate a land policy for the country?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and good afternoon to all. Also, the Honorable Member for the question pertaining to the cadastral system and the land policy. First of all, I would want to inform this August body that the Ministry of Lands is in high gear negotiating with firms, both local and international, to work on the cadastral system. It's a very complex system and very expensive. We've gone with so many interested persons, but it didn't come to fruition. But as we speak today, I was sitting with the Minister for Finance, and we are sharing the MOU that have been recently presented for financiers who are really interested in coming up with the cadastral system. So in the coming months, you will see some differences and movements that could show you that we have fast gear to make sure before the year 2024, the cadastral system will be in full gear and running in this country. For the land policy, the ministry is with relevant stakeholders to validate the roadmap or the roadmap of the land policy, and is currently working on the finalization of the TOR for both local and international consultants through a World Bank supported program under the WACA project. The national land policy is expected to be in operation before mid of 2024. That's our expectation.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, does the government have any share with regards to the issue of the cadastral mapping, or is it going to be wholly sponsored by the donors, or there is going to be counterpart contribution? If so, are you ready to come up either supplementary appropriation or next budget line for us to factor a component of the counterpart contribution?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. This cadastral system is a very lucrative investment. And looking at the Gambian economic scenario, we would not want to put the burden on the Gambia. That is the reasons why you could not have got our letters, our requests, our claims, our complaints, all the while. Being lucrative, we are looking for partners to come in and invest. It can be a PPP arrangement. It could be you build, use, and you transfer. It could be in any form, depending on what is suitable for this country. But we believe that it's a lucrative end, and therefore, lots of investors would look in for it.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I think I will really applaud your ministry for coming up with such a bold decision. And I know once it's tendered, it's going to attract a lot of investors that are coming in. But as a ministry, do you have a definite timeline that you can strongly promise this August Assembly? Before this date, something must have been started by now.
I think my ministry is more interested in this cadastral system than anybody else. The reasons are numerous. One, we believe that the cadastral system can turn around this country in just a blink of an eye. But again, we're looking at it's alleviating the problems that the office is saturated with. Land conflicts here, improper documentation, so many, not even a geographic representation of addresses and so on. So we are eager to have this in place. The reason is the funding is not in our pockets. We are lobbying, and we started lobbying from last year, April, May, lobbying up to today. And as I speak today, I said we are hopeful that very soon they will start. Very, very soon indeed. You see, that's why I'm smiling. I'm very confident that very soon it will smile. It will start.
Any other supplementary? Question number 082 of 2023 by the member for Banjul Central.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Lands and Regional Government explain to this August Assembly the urgency for constituting a commission of inquiry into local councils by the government?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, I will want to, first of all, point out specifics in this whole question. Several attempts by the ministry and the government of the Gambia were made preceding the setting up of this presidential commission. And if we follow the flow of events, we would realize that there are several issues emanating from complaints launched or letters written by the Kanifi Municipal Council to then the Minister of Local Government and Lands. Then there were suggestions. Investigation panels were set up. Investigative teams went to KM. Ministerial commissions were set up. Several other correspondence to set light on this and also to diminish the tempo were made. But because of the exercise of impunity and other allegations forced into the setting up of the Commission of Inquiry. And looking at the trend of scenario, what was really happening in the country at the time, no government will allow it to go in unchecked because it can lead to anything in a state.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, your points are well noted. However, the fact that there are other, I would say, queries or alleged issues with regards to the governance processes that are pending. Sorry?
Honorable, please, it's your supplementary question.
Yeah, it's
Go straight to your question, please.
Yeah, I'm trying to make a point, actually.
No, don't make a point.
I'm asking a question, actually, Honorable.
Please go ahead, sir. Ask your question.
Yeah. Yeah, with regards to the particular issue, as there are other, I would say, issues that are of much importance in terms of governance and best practices, especially the audit queries that have been coming up, and also some other sagas.
Honorable Member.
Sorry?
Honorable Member, please take your seat, please. Please take your seat. Let me address you. Honorable Member, you are to ask a supplementary question on your substantive question, which is restricted by yourself on the setting up of the commissions of inquiry on local councils.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. That's where actually I'm coming. I was just trying to at least give an overview.
Exhausting your time. Please go ahead to the...
Would you please shed light on the urgency of this as pertaining in, I would say, in relative to other possible, I would say, priority issues that have come up that you guys have forgone and actually really wish to delve into this thing based on the current, I would say, electoral processes that are upcoming? Why the urgency for this at this particular moment?
Honorable Member, I think your question may be for the electoral component. I'm not reliable to answer because that is a different unit. But one thing is clear is Gambia or a country or any part of the world is governed by a system. And the systems must continue. It doesn't mean when I die, there is no other minister for local government for the year 2023. Things must go on. And the process of going on, we must make sure we develop a very accurate method of bringing sanity in the general populace. Honorable Member, this commission has been set for an independent and impartial approach to inquire about the state of affairs in councils, resulting or culminating by factors like, 1, a report of fraud by the Lord Mayor of KMC, and a counter allegation of fraud by the financial management of the CEO, etc., in the same institution. 2nd, claims of serious financial management reported by 5 elected and other members of the BANJUL City Council, and also reports of signatory forgery and unauthorized withdrawal of cash in Basse Area Council. And again, in Danjambur Area Council, the instability of the administration. Further accusations going on at KMC, employing an increment of salaries unwarranted, uncalled for, or unapproved by the ministry. How do you see all those situations? it will bring impunity, or it's an act of impunity within a system. And adding to that, the government finds it very necessary to bring a check to the situation before the matter can lead into any other situation. And this is an ongoing process. It doesn't mean timing. Maybe some people may think of timing, but to our office and to me, timing doesn't matter. If you see a situation persisting at any given time, you put a key to it at that time. And we are all aware when the National Assembly sitting was on the accounts and audit PAC committee and the KM and BANJUL, what really happened. We've all seen the revelations that were really happening.
Honorable Minister, supplementary is limited to 2 minutes. Member for Bakau.
Sorry, Honorable Speaker, I have one more supplementary. Thank you very much, Honorable
I have
Speaker.
one. Yes, he has one more.
Okay, point noted, Honorable Minister. The points are well noted. However, I would like to question in terms of the composition of the commission members. Some been known to be formidable members of political parties. So in terms of impartiality of the commission setup, it's really a cause of concern.
Honorable Speaker, the opinion of people is indelible and unchangeable. Those are opinions of people. They are Gambian citizens, and we feel they are doyens in the service, and they can be a commission member. That's all. Their political affiliations, we don't know. And if you want to check that, there will be no system working in this country.
Member for Bakau.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, in your answer, you've indicated that to you, time does not matter. But to us as Gambians, time matters. Is it appropriate to set up a commission of inquiry just 3 months before the local government elections? Is it appropriate?
Yes, Honorable Member, it is appropriate.
Member for Kiang West.
Honorable Speaker, in Honorable Minister's response, factors that lead to the constitution of a commission, one of them is some of the transactions that had undertaken in KMC, and they were not right transactions. Either KMC or Basse, if I am right, you please took me through, but in one of the councils. What is the basis of that information? Was it an audit report submitted to your ministry or to the Ministry of Finance or to the National Assembly?
This was an outcome of audit reports.
No. The member for Busumbala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you did inform this August Assembly that there was, prior to the setting of this commission, there was a ministerial commission that has been set. Can we be enlightened about the finding of this ministerial commission?
Honorable Member could not go because it was challenged in court and it was dissolved. It could not go.
Member for Serekunda West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, in your answer, you mentioned few councils as reasons of setting up the commission. KMC is one of them, Janjambure and Basse. What about the remaining 5 councils in the country? What issues are there?
In bringing out all those issues, that's why we made all of them equal, and the investigation is going through all of them for the enlightenment of all Gambians about the existing situation and to correct anomalies in all councils. No, but these are the ones highlighted. These are the ones that are plain.
Honorable Minister. Yeah, please. We are not debating or engaging in conversations. Once supplementary members are entitled to only one supplementary question. And once they ask the question and you answer, that's no back and forth.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, but if a member wants to raise a concern, don't just restrict us like that.
No, sir.
I'm saying, why are you very restricting about this matter?
Okay, let me respond to you, sir. When a member raises his or her constituency tag, you raise it for either a point of order, observation, or clarification. Depending on what point you are rising to, then the Honorable Speaker will allow you or he may not allow you based on the orders of the National Assembly.
But sometimes you allow it, but in this case you are very restrictive. You don't allow
in this case.
In some questions you allow, in this question is more special to you.
No, please, sir, wait. At this instant, I am not in a position to listen to your, Sorry.
Also either in a position to listen to you speak.
Sorry, sir. I agree you are a leader. Thank you very much. Question number 083 of 2023 by the member for Latikunda Sabiji. And I'm being informed that he authorized the member of Busumbala to read on his behalf. Your mic, sir.
I read on behalf of him, Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister of Land and Regional Government inform this August Assembly when the ministry intends to table before the National Assembly a progressive bill to improve on the performance of local councils?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, my ministry, with the support from the UNDP, is reviewing the local government policy documents, such as the Finance and Audit Act, Local Government Act 2002. The Finance and Audit Act is currently at the cabinet paper level, whilst the main Local Government Act review is at national validation level. My ministry will endeavor to complete these processes and submit it to the August body in the soonest possible time.
Honorable Minister, can you dilate on the progressiveness of the bill, if any?
I mean, the Finance and Audit Act is currently on the cabinet paper, so we're going to present it to cabinet very soon before we come to the National Assembly. For the Local Government Act, it has to be reviewed, and it has already gone through so many consultations across the country. Currently, we're waiting for the national validation. Then we'll also submit it to cabinet, and then it comes to National Assembly.
Any supplementary? Question number 084 of 2023 by member for Tumanna. I've been informed that he authorized the member for Jimara to read on his behalf.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, given the importance of our VDCs as the gateway for all development activities, programs, and projects coming into the communities, could the Honorable Minister for Local Government, Lands, and Religious Affairs explain to this August Assembly that his ministry's plan to support and empower the VDCs? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, my ministry through the Department of Community Development in collaboration with UNDP, UNICEF, NAFA, PSCD, and protected areas have already trained about 386 VDCs countrywide from the late 2018 to date. The training is focused on the roles and responsibilities. At the end of the training, they develop community action plans. However, the training of VDCs is the sole responsibility of councils, and my ministry advises all councils to include their training and activities in their annual budgets. Notwithstanding, Honorable Speaker, the training, as we said, is ongoing and is conducted by Community Development constantly who monitor them and then help them through their processes alongside the WDCs.
Member for Kiang West.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, the question has asked for the support, and you've highlighted more of the trainings. Leadership problems at our community level is more complex even at the national level when it comes to the affairs of the VDCs. Since these institutions are constituted by an act of the local government, which is VDC, do your ministry monitor the affairs of the VDCs and to regulate situations of financial investments and the conflicts among village development communities in the Gambia?
Honorable Speaker, I think something is missing out here, because when you talk about support, I think training is one of the biggest support. And when you talk about leadership, leadership is part of training. You acquire leadership by going through the process of training. But when you talk about financial, that component I didn't get you well. Can you just elaborate a little bit on that?
That's on the permission of the Speaker. Do I?
Honorable Minister, you know, in our standing orders, each member is entitled to only one supplementary question. So,
occasions on certain times. Why not today, Speaker?
Just sit down. Please, just sit down. I'm putting to the minister, and I will allow you to clarify, to ask him, for him to clarify. Please, you don't have to be emotional. Go ahead, member for Kiang West.
Honorable Speaker, the issue of training, I have understood that. This is why I said the support that you've talked about was, you've highlighted training more. But when it comes to support, it's far beyond trainings. That's what I have said. And I said, and when it comes to the affairs of the VDCs, particularly financial management, has created conflicts within VDCs in the Gambia. Are your ministry aware of this, and what steps you are taking to ensure that these conflicts are minimized in the VDCs, because there is an authority that manages them?
Honorable Speaker, VDCs during this training package are trained on financial management and bookkeeping. So if there is any mismanagement of finances or any doubts on financial management system, it may be their fault. But that's a common scenario. Even if you are trained, even accountants are faulty sometimes in financial management. But VDCs are trained holistically in terms of administration, financial management, and the general others.
Thank you. Member for Central Badibu.
Honorable Speaker, nobody doubts the training being offered to the VDCs by the local government council through their community development partners. But the question is, we all know that after training, there are issues that happen. The question is, what mechanism do you use to make sure that conflicts at the VDCs, their term limit, are limited? Because sometimes they have issue of term, continuity, funds here and there. But whether you have another foresight to see to it that you mitigate some of these issues that arise.
Honorable Speaker, there are organograms on the supervisory bodies over VDCs. That's why when we all go out on tour, we advise VDCs and show them their roles and responsibilities. And we educate them on their limits, particularly conflicts within communities. We've tried to address a lot of that. And also, there is an opportunity, a window of opportunity. The councils are directly also observant to the VDCs in various communities because they fund them and support them. So if their terms have ended, therefore they need to write to indicate to them that their term have ended, and the community development agent there would convene a general meeting and they will select a new one. So they are well aware. Maybe the only reservations could be the output. How many people are interested to show or to act in the whole system? To show them that your term has ended, we should select a new one. You have made financial misappropriations, you're competent enough to do this, let's do A, B, and C, and D. Those are the check and balances we think we need in the system. But I can assure you that there is great sanity, and also the community development is working greatly to make sure that the functions of village development committees is greatly enhanced.
Member for Sanamentring.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, there are instances where in some communities you may have, yes, it should be one VDC in a particular community, but then there'll be two VDCs calling themselves VDCs, claiming that they're both VDCs. If this has been put to your attention, how best do you do to regularize that situation? Thank you.
VDCs are normally not elected positions within communities. They are selected representatives from various kabilos within a community. You're right, it's very common in some places, particularly in these cosmopolitan areas, where some people will put themselves together to be contrary to the real VDC existing, and they may call themselves freedom fighters, but they are not recognized VDCs. VDCs are registered, and they are under the purview of the Alikali, and they are under the area councils, and they are under the Ministry of Local Government and Lands. So if there are 2 or 3 VDCs existing, definitely there is only one that is going to be recognized with the system. And wherever 2 or 3 exist, please, we would want to have the reports on them to regularize the situation in those communities to avoid conflicts.
Member for Woolly East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the issue is support and empowerment. And the minister is saying that they support them by training. But the BDC's name is Village Development. What support do you provide to the BDCs to help them to develop their community, apart from their own local sources? What does the ministry give to augment the funds of the BDC for village development? That's
Honorable Member, thank you. We support them, one, by training, and we've opened opportunities for them to get more funding to be able to initiate their own programs, implement their own programs, monitor their own programs under a self-help base, because everything under the program of one NAFA and also a UNDP project. What's the name of the project again? They call it, it's very common in CRR. What's it called? No, not social network. UNCDF as a project. You know, that is a direct funding to the communities that they do their own everything. The money is locked in their account and they do everything on there with their own money and they pay themselves out of it for anybody who lifts off a block. Those are basically what the government is really doing with them. And I think it's a very enhancing opportunity for communities that are really benefiting. We can see the difference and change in them.
Question number 085 of 2023 by the member for Bakau.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, could the Honorable Minister for Local Government and Land inform this August Assembly what is his ministry doing by way of legislation to institute a rent control mechanism in the country and ease the exploitation of ordinary Gambians?
See, the reason why I'm looking at you to see you clearly, I think this question came sometime in the fourth ordinary session here. The same thing about rents. And Honorable Speaker, rent regulations is not the mandate of our ministry, I repeat. But being a concerned government and the welfare of its citizenry, our ministry have been tasked to look for various opportunities that will be in the area of mass affordable housing for the Gambian citizen. And this mass affordable housing have to go through investors who may be interested to invest in it in the Gambia. We are all concerned and very pathetic about, honestly, the rent situations in this country. But it's inconceivable for one to draw up a regulation upon somebody's property when the minister who stood here before me said the liberalization of market, people doing their own buildings and doing their own furnishings and want to rent their properties, and we put up situations to regularize them because of the liberalization and the democracy we're advocating about. But again, this project of mass housing, we hope, will be able to support Gambians from this suppressive situation. That's our objective.
Thank you very much.
I'm not so. I'm not so. The minister seemed to have referred the question, and he said, "But being a concerned citizen, he."
Honorable Speaker,
Having concern over the citizens by the government.
No, but means does it mean that this question you have not answered? You refer to the relevant ministry.
No, I have answered the question in one phrase. I just dilated a little bit on it.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Please don't use your mic.
No, by all means, you should.
Supplementary.
Member for Kiang West. Oh, Bakau, yeah, Bakau.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you've indicated that your ministry is being tasked for mass housing affordability. What is stopping you as a ministry to come up with a bill to make sure that this rent control is being... Yes, it's not under your mandate, I understand, but your ministry is being tasked.
We will discuss it in cabinet and then apportion it to the relevant authorities. We will discuss it in cabinet and give it to the relevant authority.
Observation.
It's a good concern anyway.
Observation, Chair or Speaker.
Yes. Member for...
Yes, just to remind the members that actually we do have a Rent Act. In fact, it was amended here in this parliament here in 2018. There is actually a law. It may not be very popular to the Gambians 2014 year, and it was amended here in 2018. There is. Well, you remember what the former Minister of the Attorney General actually said here when he was doing the amendment. There was so much chaos in who is actually responsible in this rent control and stuff like that. So they have to come up with the act to be more specific. So maybe perhaps we need to do more consultation with the Minister of Justice to do more sensitization, because it's there, but people really don't know. You know.
Yes, I think, thank you very much, Speaker. I think the issue here is which ministry is responsible, so that if members should ask questions, this thing will not be repeated, because this is the second time this such kind of question being, been forwarded to the ministry, and he's just making an attempt as a good citizen and a good minister to answer the question.
Member for Foni Bintang, I saw your tag up.
Thank you so very much. For the fact that the Honorable Minister is put into tax, and the Honorable Minister, could you tell us which of the ministry is responsible, if you know?
Honorable Speaker, I would want to ask, but I felt maybe it's not, I'm not supposed to talk within that discussion time, but I want to ask, the one who tabled the bill here, which minister tabled that bill? The amendment bill. Justice, then I think it should be under his purview to come on to that.
I think this is a good time to thank the Honorable Minister.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable members, the Honorable Minister referred the question, and I think he decided to open a floodgate, which was not probably appropriate. And I appeal that thank you, I want to thank you sincerely, Honorable Minister, for taking your time to answer to questions. I've been informed that the Minister for Environment is not within the jurisdiction. So therefore, questions under her ministry have been referred. And on that note, be it resolved that this August Assembly do stand adjourned until Thursday, 23rd March 2023 at 10 a.m. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. This assembly now stands adjourned until Thursday, 23rd March 2023 at 10 a.m. prompt.